Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to begin this evening's board meeting. Sergeant at Arms or designee, has the front lobby been attended to, and are the doors open? Thank you. We witnessed it here.
Jordan, I think some people want to.
Yes, I'm going to pause. We're going to pause this meeting for just a moment so that parents who need to catch up with their children, thank you for being here, and we appreciate you sharing your children with us this evening. And on another housekeeping note, you may have seen this out in the lobby. We have a QR code that will take you to the feature items for the board agendas. They'll be posted. There's one in the room and there's one outside as well. Okay. Prior to the start of this evening's meetings, we have been enjoying a performance from Tice Elementary School Choir. This group is under the direction of Mr. Stanley Gavin. This wonderful group of young musicians is raising funds and preparing to perform at Disney. Please give them another round. I know they're gone, but please let's give them a round. We took the pause. We would like to take this opportunity to remind the members of the public of the district mission, which is to ensure that each student achieves his or her highest personal potential and the district vision to be a world-class school system. Approval of the agenda. This evening agenda includes invocation, presentation of colors and pledge of allegiance, recognitions, public comment, consent action items, which include 2 items under board office, 4 items under academic services, 5 items under business services, 2 items under human resources, 1 item under information system, and 7 items under operations. Board members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. And please record your vote. Ms. Roman, I don't think it's coming out.
And Debbie?
Oh, yes, yes, thank you, Ms. Morgan. I was just getting ready to state that. Thank you. And board member Kathleen Morgan will be participating and voting by phone. This evening's pursuant to board policy 1.11. I know Ms. Patrica will be joining us shortly, and it's not coming up to. Seconded by Ms. Fisher, but we cannot vote because it's not up.
Ms. Vaughn was the initiator.
It's not showing up. I don't know if anybody else is. Okay.
Showing up.
Oh, it is.
Does everybody else showed up?
Now it is.
And Ms. Roman, you heard Ms. Morgan said aye. I apologize for the wait. Okay, it's 6-0. Motion passes. Tonight we have Ms. Fisher will lead us in the invocation, after which Ms. Giovanelli will lead us in the presentation of colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Fisher, please introduce your guest for the invocation.
Thank you. Pastor Patrick Miller is a native of Florida and was called to start Nation's Choice Church in Cape Coral, Florida, November 19, 2017. Nation's Choice Church is an independent, non-denominational, multicultural church. Pastor Miller was called into the ministry in 1996. He is a retired Army Airborne Ranger, and while serving on active duty, planted 3 churches, These churches were in Alaska, Afghanistan, and Miami. In 2014, Pastor Miller was declared a Golden Apple Teacher of the Year by the School District of Lee County. He currently leads junior ROTC operations here at the district office. Pastor Patrick is an active member in the community, and he has coached local high school teams to state championships. This demonstrates his commitment to excellence and to being active in our community. He is the newest chaplain at the Cape Coral Police Department as of April of this year. Patrick is married to Angelia, and together they have 6 daughters. Welcome, Pastor Patrick.
Please stand.
Please rise.
Amen, amen. Dr. Savage, board members, distinguished guests, family and friends, I am honored to lead this invocation on behalf of the Cape Coral Police Department as one of their newest chaplains. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you tonight for just being able to be here to give you glory and honor. We welcome you. We invite you into this meeting. We invite your presence into this meeting. Lord, we ask that you would encamp your angels around our young people, our children, Lee County. Lord, this county means so much to the people, to this nation. This is your county. These are your people. Lord, we ask that the agenda items, Lord God, that we call for unity as we come together as one, seeking a common goal, a common purpose, and that is the education of our children. Lord God, for we know that they are our future, and we thank you that you're protecting them each and every day. Lord, we ask that as we leave this place, but not from your presence, that you will lead us and guide us, protect us on our way home. And Lord, we give you the glory and honor. Whatever is said, whether in word or deed, to you be all the glory. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Introducing the cadet who is presenting the national colors for the Pledge of Allegiance tonight is Staff Sergeant Brian Brown, Army instructor from Riverdale High School. Staff Sergeant Brown served 23 years in the Army in numerous assignments and retired as an operations sergeant for the 1st Lighting Battalion. This is Staff Sergeant Brown's 3rd year at JRTC instructor in the district. Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Presenting the national colors tonight is Cadet Major Jada Estep. Jada Estep is a member of the National Honor Society, the IB program, in which she maintains a 4.52 GPA. Cadet Estep has participated for the last 3 years in the JRTC program and has attended several parades, community service projects, and service learning activities and leadership camps. Cadet Estep is a Cadet S3 Operations Officer at Riverdale High School JRTC. She is actively involved in the JRTC drill, color guard, and junior academic leadership bowl teams, and has served as the commander for the color guard team, which competed this year at the state competition. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, please be seated. Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. This evening's student's representative is Ambriella Callist, a member of the District Student Advisory Committee. Ambriella is an 8th grade student from Mariner Middle School. She is active in her community and school, serving as the president of her school's student council, team leader for their TV production, and editor-in-chief of the yearbook and the Triton Buzz school newspaper. She participates in local athletics, playing for the Florida Future 8th and 9th grade girls basketball team. as well as the ladies Triton basketball team at Mariner. Ambriella has a deep curiosity for learning and enriches herself at school by taking advanced classes while maintaining a 4.0 GPA. Good job. After high school, Ambriella plans to pursue a career in sports broadcasting or sports management as an agent. Please welcome Ambriella Castillo. Next on the agenda, board members, please join me down at the pit as we go through our recognitions. Okay, we're going to go down.
Okay, I believe I'm first. Good evening, everyone. It's a big crowd. Okay, I would like to invite Dr. Carl Burnside. Is he in the building? Please come down and join me. Dunbar High School is proud to announce that it now has its third first place world champion. I'm going to repeat that. It's third first place world champion. And second place as well, world champion. In addition, Dunbar now has its 24th and 25th Certiport Microsoft Office Specialist Florida State champions. A lot to say. Give them a hand, please. When I taught high school, I taught the Microsoft program, so I know how hard it is to get that many first and second place people. Andrew, and please tell me, is it Chuang? Chuang? Okay. Andrew Chuang Saladin earned first place in the world for Microsoft PowerPoint 2019. Carson Mulvey earned second place in the world, people, for PowerPoint 2016. Isabel Liu earned the 2022 Microsoft Office Specialist Florida State Champion for PowerPoint 2019. And Carson Mulvey earned the 2022 Certiport Microsoft Specialist Florida State Champion for the Word 2019. Both Andrew and Carson competed in the Microsoft World Championships on November 11, 2021. Andrew successfully placed first in the World Championship for PowerPoint 2019 and collectively earned, drum roll please, $10,000. Plus a Microsoft Surface Pro. Carson placed second in the world for PowerPoint 2016 and collectively earned $5,000 and an Xbox One. I wonder which one he's most proud of, right? Out of all 6 competition categories, Andrew and Carson were the only United States winners to place in the top 10 in the world. Can we say world? And I have to take just a moment to explain to you some of these certifications. I used to tell my kids that when they took the certification tests, they might tell you to capitalize something but not use this particular thing. And I said, they must have these little minions hidden somewhere, and they're told, we've got to hide these things in 6 places, but we're going to cut off 3 of them. So you have to find where to find it and not use these 3 things. Sounds confusing? Ask these guys. The school board and the superintendent are pleased to recognize and extend congratulations to Andrew Schwang and Carson Mulvey. Unfortunately, Isabel Liu was unable to join us tonight, but congratulations to her as well. Woman power, all right? So thank you so much, Yvonne. First, Carson. Congratulations. And you're going to go down there. Let's give him a hand. And Andrew Chuang. And then you guys step over the trap door.
Okay, you guys in the middle now, or you're right in the middle, they're gonna take the photo right here.
Right there. One on each side.
I think you guys are on
I'd like to invite our Fine and Performing Arts Coordinator, Dr. Jason Tomaszewski, to join me at the podium, please. The Florida Music Educators Association All-State Music Conference was held January 12th through 15th, 2012 in 2012. Boy, I'm a decade behind here. 2022 in Tampa. Elementary, middle, and high school students from the Lee County School District attended and earned all-state recognition and awards in various areas. Okay, so we have lots of people, and we're going to do this school by school. Do you have the cover things for, okay. And you're going to get a nice folder for your certificate, and your certificate, ladies and gentlemen who earned this, will be mailed to you. Okay, so you'll have something to hold in your hand. All right, so we're going to begin with the All-State Elementary Chorus. If there are any school administrators and musical teachers in the room, please join us when your school is called. Please, audience, hold your applause until all students from the same school have been called. All right, we're going to start with Patriot Elementary School and Alice Yaki. Anybody from, there they are.
Just got them now, so please.
From Tanglewood Elementary School, Taryn Garamathi, Penelope Curvin, Alethea Nicholson, and Victoria Quilty. Would you please come forward? Whatever, it's fine. All right, Three Oaks Elementary School. We are honoring Amelia Den Hartog, Mary Holden, Emma Obario. Come on forward. Congratulations. And now we have a student from Villas Elementary, Sophia Aloy.
You all are going to step right in front of me?
Next, we honor students from the Sanibel School. Allison Simon, Taylor O'Brien, and Aubrey Wilson.
Right to the middle. Here you go.
Okay, from North Fort Myers Academy for the Arts, Rebecca Brown, Eloise Hall, Diana Martinez Reyes, Fiona Mullen, and Ava Nightingale. Well, we have another honor for North Fort Myers Academy for the Arts, and this is middle school treble chorus. Isabella Brugman Munoz, Jessica Padron, Candace Bombray, Ella Culberson, Veronica Durso, Isabella Hull, Emma Bambray, Mia Dorso, and Jasmine Murphy. I've always wanted to say, come on down. Sorry. Did my best.
All right, now you're all going to be in front. Now you get to scoot up in front. Yep. Everyone get a slide. This all the way around. You guys are going to be in front of this now. Yep. You're just waiting for all of you.
Boy, how do I go after that? Okay. Whew, that was awesome. No, you don't want me to sing. Each year, the Lee County Supervisor of Elections Office invites all public high schools to participate in its High School Voter Registration Challenge. Since 1999, this outreach has been successful in the registration of thousands of new young voters. When a high school responds to the challenge issued by the Elections Office, representatives provide voter education presentations, after which all eligible students are invited to register to vote. This year, the following 9 Lee County high schools participated: Cape Coral High School, Cypress Lake High School, Dunbar High School, East Lee High School, Estero High School, Ida S. Baker High School, Island Coast High School, Lehigh Senior High School, North Fort Myers High School. From September 2021 to February of this year, the Supervisor of Elections Office was able to register 691 new voters and update the voter information of 152 students. The school board and the superintendent are pleased to welcome Mr. Tommy Doyle, Lee County Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Juan Diaz, Community Education Services Director, and Ms. Gabriela Aguirre, Communications Specialist, who will announce the first, second, and third place winners of this year's High School Voter Registration Challenge. Please join me, gentlemen.
Thank you for having us here to make these awards. I'd like to make a few words. Of course, we invited all 15 high schools 9 allowed us to do some in classroom and some virtual. I'm going to blame that on COVID. So I want to encourage Dr. Savage and the school board to encourage all our principals to allow us to come in and do a presentation in the schools personally. So as you can see, the top 3 place getters on this voter registration drive were the 3 schools that allowed us in to do a total education program. It's a short program, and we teach the students the importance of voting, how to vote. We take the intimidation out, and we make it fun for them. And this gives these 3 schools pride in in that voter challenge. And next year, we'll do all 15 high schools, and we'll have over 1,000 new registrations. So I want to introduce Juan Diaz, my community education director. He will present the awards to the high schools. Okay, Juan, you're up.
It is worth emphasizing that the winning schools were the first to respond to our invitation to participate in the challenge, and in addition, they were the only ones that allowed our team to provide voter education presentations in their classrooms and auditoriums. Now I would like to present the winners with their respective trophies, which they can keep and display in their awards window at their schools. In first place, with 346 registrations, which is 22% of the registered students, able to register, we have Lehigh Senior High School. We have Principal Jackie Corey, Social Studies Department Head Don Sciafaletti, and Teacher Haley McCulloch. In second place, with 126 registrations, which means 11% registered, we have Cape Coral High School. We have Assistant Principal Leslie Cornwell and Teacher and Voter Registration Coordinator Ashley Kohler. And in third place, we have, with 106 registrations, which is 9% registered, East Lee County High School. We have here Principal Melissa Robbery and teachers Ann Hester and Robert Moore.
And now you're all going to go in front of us. Slide right to the front. First should be in the middle. There we go. We don't have a little stick.
I know. He does that every day.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Same time, we're going to just take a moment so that if anyone would like to leave, they're more than welcome to leave. And we really appreciate you, and please, everybody give them another round of applause. Okay, the next on the agenda item is public comment. Ms. Kathy Dupree Bruno, please address the item of public comment.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair and Board. School Board Policy and Superintendent. School Board Policy provides the opportunity at this point in the meeting to address the Board concerning any matter on this meeting's agenda or any other matter relevant to the operation of the school district. If you completed a public comment card, please put it in the basket provided at the back of the room. If you need a public comment card, they are provided by our staff located in the hallway outside of the boardroom. The rules concerning public comment are posted in and will be made from the microphone where the podium is in the back of the room. Please be advised that the board will not respond during public comment to remarks made by speakers. Speakers and those attending the meeting are expected to act in a respectful manner. The purpose of public comment is to provide feedback on school district issues. Abusive language is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, and booing, unreasonably loud and/or offensive language, swearing, cursing, or display of temper during the public comment time is prohibited. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order. Any speaker continuing with such remarks will be required to relinquish the microphone per Board Policy 1.11 and may be removed from the chambers. We will take recesses as necessary if there is not decorum in the chambers. Per Board Policy 1.11, the time per speaker is 3 minutes if there are 20, 2 minutes if there are 30, and 1 minute if there are 31 speakers or more. The maximum time allowed for public comment is 1 hour, 60 speakers. You will find a countdown on the big screen in the front of the room. Once your time has elapsed, the microphone will automatically shut off. Please state your name when you approach the microphone. I will call your names, 5 speakers at a time. Please follow the staff's direction when lining up. Madam Chair, there are 20 speakers that wish to address the board this evening, 3 minutes per speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dupree Bruno. Please make sure you have completed a public comment card if you intend to provide public comment. This card is a public record identifying those who speak and providing contact information to staff for follow-up. The cards are located with staff in the hallway. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address the board but did not fill out a comment card? Please raise your hand. Okay. Ms. Dupree Bruno, would you please proceed with the public comments?
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up and go to the back of the room where the podium is? Denise Nystrom, Jamie Miller, Sergio Cruz, John Matey, Sharon Matey.
Good evening, Denise Nystrom. For over a year, we have been told that your decisions are not politically based. Yet at yesterday's workshop meeting, Governor DeSantis and the laws that he passed were mocked by your consulting group. Not only that, what was said was clickbait, fake news with regard to House Bill 1557. And fake news is not appropriate or acceptable, and it was indicative of a political agenda. The divisiveness that exists in the district has to stop. And it starts with the district leadership setting the tone for the culture that they want to create in the district. It is not acceptable, especially in the field of education, to create an intolerant environment. Someone needed to interrupt your consulting group and to tell them that their behavior was unacceptable. This is disappointing, and I can only hope that Dr. Bernier can influence the culture and we can build bridges moving forward. In fact, I thought that Dr. Bernier was going to be in attendance tonight, and I wanted to hear him say that I welcome him and that I'm hoping that he will establish a well-working collaborative relationship with the board and find a way to bridge the gap between the board and the community. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Miller, and I am piggybacking off of Denise. I'm absolutely appalled by the unprofessionalism from Capital Strategies Consulting Group. Referencing HB 57 as the Don't Say Gay bill instead of its rightful term of the Parental Rights and Education bill shows extreme bias, and it should have been corrected immediately by somebody on this board. You represent all children. I'm also disgusted at the amount of discussion among the board members, the board attorney, and Capital Strategies to find loopholes to not follow the law. If you want to find loopholes, we will find patches, because you guys represent all children and all families in this district. For the last 2 years, we have shown up to school board meetings begging and pleading with you to protect our children and to make changes to your policies. You shut down schools, which forced parents to attend virtual learning with their students. You hung up posters in schools, and now you're on record as saying you don't think parents have a right to be involved in their children's education. You didn't listen. So we went above your heads, we partnered with organizations, we partnered with legislators, and we got our voices heard. And I'm thankful for each one of them. Having to create new policies and procedures because of the new laws is repercussions of your actions. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sergio Cruz. Good evening, board members, parents, students, and fellow community members. As we draw near the end of Autism Awareness Month, I find myself here tonight being the voice on behalf of my nonverbal son, Elijah, who attends Oak Hammock Middle School, advocating on his behalf and indirectly others like himself. After many roadblocks and misleading information, we were able to acquire an augmentative and alternative technology device for my son. This device has become my son's voice in his perceived absence of one. The device is an iPad with a communication app installed on it called Go Talk Now. After many trials and hard work by many members of his IEP team and outside therapists, we were finally able to unlock a few puzzle pieces and keys to success in utilizing the device and ultimately building an effective and functional way to communicate to others. However, for the past year and a half, we've lost our momentum and progress. The regression was not solely on the lack of face-to-face therapy services, but ironically something seemingly much smaller than that. After many times of periodically bringing the device in to be backed up and updated by the IT department, we had found our son's device restricted and important features of the app restricted. After a year plus of inquiring as to why there were restrictions or simply what happened, and after giving the staff, administration, and district representatives ample time to reproduce a response, it wasn't until yesterday morning that the assistant ESE director finally produced a policy which they said the IT department was leaning on or referencing to in order to rationalize the restrictions. The policy is called SIPA, the Children's Internet Protection Act, which, to briefly paraphrase, is this basically in place to seemingly protect our children from accessing obscene and explicit material. To give a brief background, my son uses pictures on his app to communicate. The pictures of the built-in app are generalization pictures which weren't really successful for my son, and we found out that he needed picture-specific photos, which the only way we were accessing that through the app was through the internet search. Well, they're saying that basically the internet search is a risk to SIPA. And mind you, my son had the ability to fully utilize his device for roughly 2 years before the sudden change, which led to amazing and hopeful documented progress. So I'm here today seeking a resolution and help to bring back the ability to take full advantage of the app's features and abilities. I believe the current ADA laws, IDEA laws, and even the SIPA policy provides justification for this reasonable accommodation. I believe, along with countless professional data, assessments, teacher observations, that it is needed to be able to achieve his highest potential and have full access to a free and, more importantly, appropriate public education. I hope to leave my contact information behind to hopefully receive some assistance and resolve. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up? Sharon McGill, Robert Roper, Kathy Stout, Rayanne Barron, Christine Barron.
Just to say a couple of things. My name is John Mady, and I think we've got the greatest country that's ever existed in the whole world. And I think that we need to go back to our founding fathers and find out how this country really got started. Our founding fathers founded this country on God's word, and we ought to follow that same thing. I understand we're supposed to be voting on prayer tonight. That's the way our country got started when they fought the most powerful country in the world at that time. England was the most powerful country, and we fought them and won our freedom. It's an amazing thing that the Declaration of Independence, that over half of the men who signed the Declaration of Independence were pastors. And I think that we should be able to do that in our country, in our schools, and in our classrooms. And I think that you should allow the Bible to be taught in school. We may not always agree on every teaching that the teachers would teach, but if the Bible were taught, we'd be a whole lot further ahead. And I want you to know, too, that we are still getting our troops together, our pastor troops together in their churches, and we want to make our board to be Christians. We don't want our board to be godless people who don't care about our kids. We want our board to be Christian people who do care about our kids. And we're still coming. You have patience, and we'll be here. We're going to get these seats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sharon McGill. First off, I would like to thank the board for figuring out a way to try to accommodate people so they weren't having to turn around in their seats to view the speakers, as some people were having an issue with. So thank you for having it up on the big screen. Next, I'd like to thank the Academic Services Department and Curriculum Advisory Committee for all of their work on the math books. And for including kids in the process as well. And there were some suggestions made about how it might be changed a little bit in the future. But my big concern was after the comments yesterday in the workshop about the sunshine laws and the students' participation, and having students participating in vetting those math books, is there any kind of conflict of interest there that with the sunshine laws, and something to consider? Next is the day of prayer. Currently, kids are allowed 1 minute of silence in their schools. They can use that time for prayer, they can use that time to meditate, they can just use that time to reflect and maybe just be quiet. We all know how hard it is for a 5-year-old to even be quiet for a minute. But I don't think it's appropriate for the schools to expect that kids are going to pray in school. I don't think it's appropriate. If they want to take that current moment of silence and use that time to pray, so be it. But it just appears to me that with all the religions and ethnicities in this district, that it could alienate children rather than pull them together if they don't have the same Christian values. If some of the kids are Jewish or some are Christian, maybe some are are not taught religion at home, which is the parents' choice. But you don't want to put them in a situation where they're in a group and kids are praying and they're sitting there going, okay, what should I do? What should I do? And that they can become intimidated. So I just think that minute of silence that's in place already is appropriate for that. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Kathy Stout. How are you all tonight? I just want to say something. I just want to thank each and every one of you if you were really interested on May 5th, which is the National Prayer Day. I'd like to discuss that a little bit further. The reason why I love where I live is because I fell in love with our community. It doesn't matter what religion you believe in. It doesn't matter what race you are, that you also relate to or know. I have multiple friends and family in all cultures, including religion too. And I'd like to share something with you that I fell in love with in this community. It wasn't just the community, but it was where I saw the love and the affection, and that was the church that I go to. Not only that, all churches and most churches actually have something that's a youth group that a lot of the members of our society, of our children go to, and they love the youth group, absolutely. My children shine from that, and I believe in that, and that's why I want to reflect back on May 5th. It is absolutely okay if a child should pray. Sometimes we need that little encouragement from ourselves. And why? Sometimes they pray because right before they take a test, even before they go to a sporting event, it's okay. It is absolutely okay for our children to pray at any given time. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is, or it doesn't have to be loud. It could be quiet, and it can be very subtle. It's very important in our society to believe in something that we truly believe in, and it does come from where? The parents. So I just want to say, please consider and vote for the National Prayer Day. It is absolutely important for all of our children to pray, and thank you.
Hi, my name's Rayanne, and I'm 6 and I'm in kindergarten. I want to tell you something. I love Jesus, and I don't want you guys to take the prayer out of our school. I want to tell you this verse. John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he gave his only son. Whoever believes in him will not perish but have eternal life. God bless you. God bless America.
I'm Christine Barron. I'm next. It's okay, don't cry.
Could you go ahead and please restart?
Hi, my name is Christine Barron, and to follow this, how upset she is, just to know that possibly God could be removed from her life is just completely upsetting. I am here to say that honestly, she's in a Christian school right now, and she does not have to worry about that. I praise God every day for people that moved mountains to create the Hope Scholarship and step up for students, because guess what? My kids are riding free till they graduate. That's 740. That's $21,000 a year taken out of your school so that my children can get the education that my God-given rights, choose, that my kids can serve the God that created them to where they find peace and they know their value is not in these schools. It's not in bullying. It's not in anything other than God himself. And what else would you want in the school other than a religion that is to profess love? We are told to love one another. That is what our children should be learning. Our children should not be learning about CRT, a separate room for LGBT. No, everybody's got a place according to God. He loves each and every one of us, and we as parents should have the right to allow our kids to come in and freely pray. The lady before Kathy spoke and said, there's silence. No, that's why I removed my kids. 2 of the public schools here in Lee County do not offer a moment of silence. That is up to the principal to remove that, and it was taken out. And then secondly, is the fact that, okay, we're worried about alienation. Well, us Christians are being alienated. Why is it we have to conform to everyone else? We have the freedom, and we expect to have that freedom. And if you don't, we're going to pull all our kids out. So parents, if you don't know about the Hope Scholarship, see me. I don't get paid. I don't make any money. I have free literature, and I'm here to tell you it was easy. Free education, any school of your choice. Don't be afraid to step up. We got to be the change. Parents, guardians, we are here to make a stand for our children. This is not for them to dictate to us what our kids are allowed to say, do, and feel. Let God tell them how to feel, and let God tell them how to act. That's when you're going to see a change in this world. So please don't be afraid to say, oh, I can't homeschool, or oh, I can't afford to pull my kid out. There's tons and tons of Lutheran, Christian, whatever religion. Pull your kids out. Act on your right and let them pay the price by taking money from their pockets. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up? Olivia Barron, Elena Barron, Megan Howard, Tara Jenner, Kim Hawk.
Robert Roper. Yesterday I watched the live stream of the meeting. I think it was a workshop. I was in such disbelief. I was horrified. I was so disappointed in the way that meeting was conducted. I had to watch it again today to make sure I wasn't misinterpreting what was said. Based on the comments of the board, the superintendent, the attorney, your paid political lobbyists made yesterday for nearly 4 hours, you are clearly in no position to be proposing a new student code of conduct at this time. You are not ready, and the document does not reflect the new laws that take effect. There's no reason to move forward unless you intend to pass the student code of conduct before the law takes effect. I hope that's not the case. Setting aside the new laws, the current student code of conduct does not accurately reflect the current policy of the board that allows the district to place a child that is experiencing gender confusion with a gender-affirming only counselor without the parental advice, permission, or notification. This process has to stop. Put it in writing. Put it in writing exactly what you're doing. Let the public figure out if that's what they want or not. But to leave it out of the student code of conduct for another year when you know what you're doing is wrong, it's not being very transparent, it's not being accountable, it's not being compassionate. The current policy has almost resulted in the deaths of 2 Lee County students, one in high school, one in middle school. Stop the process. This is more than a moral issue. It is a matter of life and death.
Hi, my name is Olivia. I am in 2nd grade. I don't want I don't want you taking prayer out of my school. That's how I talk to God. 1 John 4:14. The Father sent his Son to be the Savior of the world. God bless you and God bless America.
Hi, my name is Megan Howard. I'm the mom
Miss
of an 11-year-old from Cape Elementary, and I wanted to thank the board for hanging in there in a very difficult year and all the hard work that you do. And for some of us, it's really just been the last few years that we've really gotten involved in seeing everything the board does and all the work that you do. It's really nice to have all these kids here, but I want you to be very careful when you're considering a day of prayer. We have a really varied population, Christian, Muslim, Catholic, and I'm hearing over and over again this very aggressive group of people talking about the love, but their message of love is not coming across in the way that they're speaking. They're very aggressive, and it's certainly not coming across in the way that we've seen some of our students marginalized this year. We have a separation of church and state for a reason. And to think that just because people don't want that connection does not mean that you don't have faith. It doesn't mean that you're an atheist. I happen to have been raised in the Christian faith. My father was a minister for 30 years. I could recite all these Bible verses as a child. We read the Bible every night, but we did it in our home. We went to a public school. We had that separation. We already have a moment of silence. You are going to marginalize kids that have different beliefs. Not only that, but you're setting up the school for litigation. And I, as a taxpayer, want my money to be spent educating our kids, compensating our teachers and our bus drivers, getting new equipment. I don't want it to be fighting the multitude of lawsuits that we are going to see coming from Governor DeSantis's bills. He is a lawyer. He is going to waste so much of our tax money. So please remember what we're here for the kids, and try not to get drawn into this political fray so that we're delivering a good education for all of our kids. Whether you call yourself a Christian or a Muslim, we just can't. Unless you want to start having every school provide Muslim education, Hindu, Catholic, Jewish, there's no place for it. Pray with your kids before you go to school. Pray with your kids when they come home. But when they're at school, they're there to learn. And we have to deliver to all the kids in the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elena Barron, and I am 10 years old, and I am here to stand firm on my faith, and I believe in Jesus, the one true Savior that loves everyone, so he died for us, and I pray every day, and I will never stop praying. Romans 12:2, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good, acceptable, and perfect. And this is definitely not God's will for you guys to be removing prayer from our school. You guys may say I can't pray, but I will still pray no matter what, because I love Jesus, and I will not stop praying with my friends every single day. Although it would be great to have a National Day of Prayer, it's honestly not enough. We need prayer every day. We also need to put God back in our school curriculum, and we need it every day. I love Jesus. God bless you, and God bless America, and I hope this gets changed.
Will the following individuals please line up? Samantha Zukowski, Amy McNabb, Lou Navarro, Jacqueline Perez, Christy DeVigili.
Tara Jenner. Yet again, I was asked to move to the back of the room. I feel like I've been asked to sit at the back of the bus. Plessy versus Ferguson said separate but equal, but Brown versus Board of Education specifically said that that was not constitutionally sound. Unless there's an overriding government interest that there's a disparity in treatment, I challenge the board to question whether or not we still need to be in the back of this room. I was yesterday in the boardroom. twice, excuse me, let me rephrase that, in the district twice for 2 different meetings. I was taken my photograph, my ID, and my name was written down. I was not escorted. I was not searched. I was not wanted. Nothing. Even though those services were available at the time of one of the meetings that I was attending, because there was a board meeting here in this room. The disparity in treatment and the circumstances make it seem really clear that the only reason it's done in this forum is because one or more of the board members seems to be frightened, and they're trying to chill public comment and participation. If anybody up on the dais is that concerned, have one of the guards, you know, protect you specifically. There's a guard on either side. I'd have to pole vault over the pony wall and go through the side barricades. It's ridiculous. But having said that, let me go on to a couple of other things. I looked at the code of conduct, and I noted just numerous typos, which I bet is actually just triggering Ms. Patrica inordinately. But in addition to that, the element dealing with bullying is on page 89, but mention of the Hope Scholarship doesn't occur until page 99. And it doesn't even specify what the Hope Scholarship is about. There's also a section that says that if parents want to opt out, you can ask for the information on how to do that. Why are you making it harder for the parents than necessary? Just do a hyperlink. And Ms. Dupree-Bruno, you can always incorporate by reference laws that are going to be coming into play come July. And if for some reason they end up not being in play at that time, then the link's not going to go anywhere, or it's going to show that it's no longer valid. As for the board meeting yesterday afternoon, that you, workshop that you had, I felt like I was watching The View on hyper, like, I don't know what. And it was 4 hours long. I watched it from home, fortunately on double speed. Again, just like one of the meetings I was at in the afternoon where the attorney who was present, they did reference the Bill 1557 as the Don't Say Gay bill. I challenge you to find the word gay in that document. It's about parental rights. And I have a serious problem with the way that the board and the district actually tittered about this. You know what? It's not. Check out your Constitution. It makes it easy to know what to do.
Hey, I'm Samantha Zukowski. March 30th, I wrote a letter to Governor DeSantis highlighting a solution to the hemorrhage-like loss we have of instructors here in Lee County. The solution requires no extra funding, which is hard to come by with all the consulting contracts heavily centralized institutions like ourselves have. But anyway, the reform comes in the facet of temporary certified teachers becoming professionally certified teachers. I myself am on my 2nd temporary certificate, and the issue of making the role a performance-based, truly performance-based evaluated process would save the loss of dozens, if not hundreds, of teachers across the state. Ending the kind of gauntlet temporary certified teachers have to go through to become professionally certified. That would get rid of a lot of the turbulent classroom environments our students experience. They have a rotating door of long-term subs. The quality of the content delivered throughout the course is subpar. And there's a lot of secondary and tertiary long-term detriments to the community when we can't keep teachers in the classroom. And I think that the 3-year mark for teachers to, work full-time as a teacher, and then you have to take on the 2nd full-time job course load of whether they're doing an alt-lit type program or master's credits on top of it, and having a family, and likely having a 2nd job because our salary doesn't cover a living wage. It's just not possible. And that's every 3 years, check your data, you're gonna see a massive outflux of instructors. And you see their hearts broken because they've forged relationships with some of these students. They've become coaches, they've become volunteers. And I think this is a really no money required way to keep teachers in the classroom longer if we just make the bridge from temporary to professional almost non-existent. I'm held to the same standards professionally certified teachers are held to. I'm evaluated twice a year. I have to do professional development. I have to take the same tests to prove I'm competent in the courses. What's the difference? right? So that leads me to another thing I have in my own campus. I just want to give you a heads up for the schedule change coming up. There are a large group of students organizing on social media to protest it and threaten unenrollment in favor of homeschool or a virtual option because the quality of the course content and time allowed to deliver it is not enough. Particularly for academy-based campuses, such as my own, we have firefighting, automotive, where they like to, in their junior and senior years, they go to all-day campuses to work on it. But that won't be possible with this new schedule. And if it's possible, it's not going to look pretty. And so they're threatening disenrollment. Just wanted to give you a heads up. They'll probably be at a couple meetings here in the near future. Thank you.
The lighting in here is terrible. I'll back up here. Where's the camera? There it is. Okay. Can't see me. Anyway, I miss Anthony Thomas. The last time I saw Anthony Thomas alive, he was standing right there at that microphone, reminding the previous school attorney that he could limit his time at the microphone, but he could not limit his content. And Anthony was a force to be reckoned with. He spoke to authority like nobody I ever saw. And to say he was fearless isn't true. I'm sure he was afraid, just like I'm afraid. Courage, the definition of courage is to move ahead even when we're afraid. And that brings me to Jacqueline Perez. She is the most courageous woman I've seen here in the last 15 years. If not for Jacqueline, most of us would have no idea what was going on behind the scenes here. And the extent of corruption and fraud is mind-boggling. And the only thing more surprising and disturbing is that it's tolerated. It's not prosecuted. It's not even investigated. So this brings me to my next point, which is Newt Gingrich said it out loud on national TV 10 years ago during the Republican debates. And I was surprised that it came out of his mouth. He said the public schools can't be fixed and must be abolished. And we really should call public schools government schools, which is what they are. And government schools will never please everybody. And that's why we have to find an alternative. The Hope Scholarship is the best kept secret in the state of Florida. And we need to put that on the front page of every newspaper and every television broadcast. The Hope Scholarship is for everybody. Now, universal vouchers are coming. Unfortunately, they're not here yet. But the Institute for Justice has already cleared the path by winning 3 U.S. Supreme Court cases in support of vouchers. We're about to hear the results of the most recent challenge, and the Blaine amendments will be history. And school vouchers, a universal school voucher, I hope in my lifetime, will be the law of the land. And then everybody will get what they want and need. Religious schools, gay schools, black schools, atheist schools. Everybody wins. Thank you.
B2A is still out there. Ask the Chinese government in Shanghai. All right, we're ready. Lou Navarra, retired teacher, long-term Lee County resident, Lee County District teacher, Who subbed since my last visit here on the board? Anybody? Raise your hand. Come on, I'm the teacher. Gwen, you subbed? Very good. I didn't expect anybody else to. How are we doing with the $60,000 starting salary for teachers here in Lee County? And please don't say you don't have the money. You got the money for tons of buses and this, that, and the other, and you've got that fat half-cent sales tax. And why build buildings when you're not going to have faculty to work in them? You're making a big mistake. And plus, you penalized us because you couldn't even get along with the city of Cape Coral and the charter schools, and now they raised our utility taxes. You know, their motto is, if we can't negotiate, tax them. I didn't appreciate that. Now, you need to look at that half cent. It's a windfall because inflation's almost 10%. I don't care what the government says. We know. They tweaked the CPI. Now, a starting teacher, I believe, is $46,506, and your pay is $45,600. You know, that's outrageous. It really is. And the governor said he might throw in $1,000 if he's reelected. That's a good idea not to reelect that man. Gwen, I have a gift for you tonight as you do your campaign, and it's Bible promises for you, and I know you're a Christian, so that's for you. And I want to take the last 40 seconds to thank Yadi Perez. She's a sheriff, she's a sergeant here, and I haven't seen her lately. She gave me this book. You know, when an officer gives me a book, that says something to me, because you know I'm not the world's greatest law enforcement fan. Ask Chief Newland over here. But I'm going to make sure I get in touch with the sheriff and give her a good recommendation, and hopefully everybody needs at least a 15% pay raise. It's ridiculous what this country.
Good evening. My name is Amy McNabb, and I'm going to switch it up a little bit tonight. I'm going to talk about school choice, such as it is. On day one of spring break, my son begged me to find out what high school he got, which is poor timing, in my opinion, for the first day of spring break to find that out. Let me tell you, when he found out he got his 4th pick, his spring break was ruined, and he has not been the same since. My son is not a lover of school, but he goes and he does the best he can. He has built relationships with friends since elementary and middle school, and he now will not be going to high school with any one of his friends or anyone that he even knows for that matter. He doesn't even want to go to high school now. He wants to be homeschooled, and I have a job. I cannot do that. He has been depressed and despondent since he found out his placement. My family lives 3 miles from his first pick, and accordingly, this was our first pick for him to attend because of that. My husband and I drive right past his first pick, which is 3 miles from our house. The fact that we went to this school, my husband and I, and my 21-year-old son, has nothing to do with this decision. It was based on transportation alone. He has sat several times for hours waiting for his bus to come this year, which never came. I have to drive him. He has sat in the dark waiting for the bus. He has to deal with troublemakers on the bus. He's on the bus for an hour as it is right now. By him going to this school, he would be able, when he begins to drive, he would be driving not as far. I don't understand why we would want our children driving 30 minutes away when they're just learning how to drive. I just don't understand why school choice isn't a choice. He got his 4th pick. He didn't get his 2nd or his 3rd pick, which are still within 5 miles of my house. I just don't understand, you know, maybe I don't know enough, but the logic to me with transportation being the problem that it is, I feel like kids should just go to the school closest to their home with the friends that they've grown up with. That is my point. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Soon we will have a new superintendent in place. The community is looking forward to this transition in leadership. My hope is that Bernier, the new superintendent, does not make the mistake of aligning himself with two board members that ultimately led to the demise of the past two superintendents. Those two board members, Patricia and Morgan, who continue to ignore malfeasance and corruption in the district, along with partaking in bullying employees and private citizens, are to blame for the state of the district and its shortcomings and failures. As we look to a new administration at the Lee County School District, the only way for the community and the district to move forward is to bring final closure on the following complaints: resolution and accountability with public employees who have abused their position and power by utilizing public funds to spy on private citizens and maintain dossiers on certain individuals in the communication department. The findings of the DOE state investigators in transportation who found that inspections were not being properly conducted. That credit should be given to the two whistleblowers that came forward who are now being bullied and have their reputations tarnished. Those employees need to be acknowledged and others need to be held accountable. The false representation of the population growth in Estero by Kathy Eba and other staff members and Chris Patrica that led to millions of dollars being thrown away for the building of a school that was not needed in Estero. The misuse of the same employees from the communication department and Chris Patrica and Superintendent Savage, who created a hit piece to disparage my reputation with fabricated lies in November. The botched attempt and wasted funds of attempting to split Tower Road property, then finding out that the remainder of the property was useless to the school district, was also directed by Chris Patrica. The hundreds of thousands of dollars used to create a proximity plan, which is now being not used because the findings contradicted the lies of Patrica's plan to build a school in Estero. The disaster of a project of the Innovation School on Tree Line to find out you don't have enough land to build a school there. So now you have to build up, which is going to cost the taxpayers additional millions of dollars due to poor planning. The abuse and waste of millions of dollars being paid to outside attorneys like the Henderson firm with strict orders to destroy children and employees. How about the $200,000 that Patrica had Atkins authorized to go after Gabriela Perez, who won not one, not two, but 3 resolution agreements, with her only request at mediation was to hold those responsible? Or what about the $26,000 wasted on investigating the bullying case of Reese Hall, who was truly being bullied? In a private meeting with Dr. Spiro and others present, Greg Atkins stated that he was following orders from Chris Patrica. Let's not forget that no one was ever held responsible for the Pell Grant funds. I'm short on time. I'm going to ask you a forensic audit. We have 2 investigations going on with the federal government and with an internal hired attorney firm by the name of Taylor English. Anyone can contact me for their information. If you have evidence, come forward.
Please, no clapping. Thank you.
Christy
Good evening.
DiVigili. I feel like that's hard to follow, but I will try. A few things this evening. To answer something that what Pastor Roper mentioned earlier, they do plan on voting on that, to approve the code of conduct on May 24th in a board action meeting. So, FYI. The National Day of Prayer, I just want to let everybody know, is for everyone, of every religion, of every part of the world, including no religion. So to hear people come up here and say that it's hateful in nature and try and corner it into being one specific religion is kind of a, it's not true. So because the National Day of Prayer is literally for every person of every religion, including no religion. So I just felt like I had to say that twice. I am very disappointed in the board's behavior in yesterday's workshop. I was brought back to the virtual classroom with my 8th grader. And when I had the pleasure, or displeasure I should say, of discovering this teacher, this civics teacher's political leanings by just merely attending the class. I should never know that. I should never know that from the company that my tax dollars go to lobby using district dollars on behalf of the district. I should never feel like they have a political leaning one way or the other. Their only political leaning should be for the best interest of our children, because that is your political leaning, or it is supposed to be. So I'm very disappointed in your actions yesterday, and someone, board chair, should probably apologize for it. Now, I have some more money-related things to bring up. In my favorite document that gets, every other meeting or so, the property records assessment retirements list. So we have several printers that we have listed as obsolete. Okay, it took me 30 minutes to Google these printers to find out whether or not I could purchase them, whether it be at new or used, and imagine that, I can purchase every single one of them. Why is it that there is a zero net book value next to all of these? What is the district going to do with all of these printers? Why is it that to date, we have over $4 million in property that we just have to write off of our budget? And where is the accountability or transparency in that? I, too, would like a forensic audit, not performed by the district.
That concludes public comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just going over, there's a lot was said tonight. I know that people were speaking on the new laws that have come out, and we definitely will be, the parental rights bill, and our legal department will be working on the policies and making sure that we have everything that is stated in there in the proper manner so that we will be able to adhere to the law. And that is something that we must do as the district, and we plan on doing that. So all the bills that just came through, we are currently, they are looking at all that, and we'll be making sure that that comes back across to us with our policies and procedures. Also, the day of prayer, I know there was a lot of conversation in that. That was something that Ms. Gittens had brought up that she was going to bring. We actually had that when I first started here. That was part of our resolution. And that's what she's asking to bring back, but that was definitely a part of the resolution, which we kind of probably a year ago stopped having all resolutions because we were trying to appease every single person, which it's impossible for us to do that. We understand that. You're not going to be able to accommodate every single person. But that was something that was always on there in this month of May. And I know May, I believe it's the 5th, the first Thursday of every May, downtown, there's hundreds of, well, thousands of people that attend the breakfast, and people speaking about prayer. We all pray in our own ways, and we have that right to do so. And I would never want to take that from anyone. I know I pray every day, every Tuesday before I come out here. I can tell you that. First thing in the morning and before I walk out. Because I know I have to have the strength to make it through this meeting. And I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm saying that because that's the truth. And then I know Mr. Sergio Cruz, I did see that Ms. Teresa had met with you to get your information regarding your son. We want to make sure that he has what he needs with his device, so that way he can feel that he has the tools that he needs to succeed. As far as the code of conduct, everybody's still working on that. And I know Ms. Samantha had spoke about the temporary and professional certification. And Dr. Savage, can you respond to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did actually have our HR Executive Director, Mr. Dodig, was just kind of mentioning to me because I had a question about that. Because I remember when I worked in Tallahassee, it was one of the things that I knew that then was Commissioner Corcoran was looking into was the alternative certification paths, and it was definitely on our district legislative priorities in terms of we were looking at alternative certification several years ago, and I think that's just something that I wrote that down as she was talking about it, that I do think that is something that definitely is an issue, where their temporary certificate expires essentially, and then they're not eligible, so I'll certainly be following up more. I don't really have anything in here that I can, no clear answers other than it used to be a legislative priority, and we'll look forward to more information.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then, let's see what else. And then also the, possibly just touching it on the school choice. We know that that is a huge issue, and I know Ms. McNabb was speaking on that regarding proximity and the closeness of the 3 miles and passing, and I mean,
Student enrollment has the ability to probably give a little more insight.
And a
each
waiver?
case is a little unique depending on the selections they make and the various different proximity-based preferences they have in terms of our actual, what we refer to as a proximity plan. Obviously, that isn't yet in implementation. It doesn't mean it's going away. The maps and whatnot are all there. It's simply the policies that support how it gets implemented that is the next body of work. But in terms of the current choice system, it's very much driven by the preferences, but then there's additional issues such as the school enrollment. So I could guess which schools it would have been, but it's just something that an individual student enrollment could actually see what the choice preferences they put, and would have an understanding of why the choices resulted in the student getting their fourth choice. Certainly that's an issue to us, concerning always when students aren't able to get any of the schools that they would prefer to have.
and
It can be tricky even with lottery.
a waiver.
And there are waiver process, exactly. So student enrollment would be the best point of contact for that.
Thank you. And then I also want to say, I know there was a comment that was made that we're trying to find loopholes. We're trying to make sure that there are no loopholes and that we are adhering to every bit of those new statutes that are coming. And Ms. Dupree-Bruno, I know that we talked about that because we want to make sure that we have clarity of everything so there are no loopholes in any of these.
So here's the thing. When you are talking to your attorney, the attorney's job is to make sure that they share all different sides, 360 degrees of whatever that issue is. Unfortunately, fortunately, I guess, because this is a public body, those discussions are done in the sunshine. I have to talk to my clients in the sunshine. So I have to tell my clients, here's what our exposure is, here's how we can defend. That's part of our job. I've said this many times, I will say it again. The Lee County School District will follow the law. Whatever that law is, that's what we will follow. Our policies and our processes will reflect the law. We are currently in the process of digesting and putting together the policies and the process for House Bill 1557, 1467, House Bill 7, and a bunch of others. So we're working on it, and we will make sure that we are on the side of the law.
Thank you. And then could you please address, I know there was a comment regarding students participating in the curriculum and the sunshine?
So that's something that I'm going to have to look into a little bit more. There is some discussion with regards to student advisory groups and sunshine requirements, so I'm not prepared to answer that question at this time, but that is something that I am looking into.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next is the approval of the action items in the agenda under consent. The documentation for action items listed under consent is made available to board members 7 business days prior to the board meeting. We are expected to review all of the material, and we have an opportunity to speak with the superintendent with any questions we may have regarding the recommendations. Some of these items have also been briefed or workshopped with the board in advance of appearing on the action agenda. Board members, are there any agenda items you wish to pull for discussion under unfinished business table items portion of the agenda? And Ms. Fisher?
I have no pulls this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
I have none.
Ms. Patrica?
No, thank you.
Ms. Gittens?
May I ask a question? We received earlier today notification of a poll. Was that removed, or I'm a little confused?
May I respond?
Yes, please.
My colleague is pulling the same thing, so I'm allowing her to do it.
Okay. Then I have none.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, J1.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
I have none.
Thank you, and I have none. Is there a motion to approve the agenda's consent action items with the exception of pulled item J1?
I move we accept the agenda as stated with the exception of J1.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. And may I have, please record your vote. I don't see it. Ms. Morgan, how do you vote, please? Ms. Morgan?
I'm sorry, I muted myself.
How do you vote, please?
I'm not able to vote online.
Yes, so how do you vote, please?
No, she can't. She
Aye,
can't.
thank you. Okay, 7-0, motion passes. Okay, we have one pulled item to address, but before we start that, Dr. Savage, please read your recommendations. They switched my script here. Nope, okay. Dr. Savage, please read your recommendation for pulled item J1.
Yes, Madam Chair. J1, the recommended action is to the approval of the general personnel recommendations as presented.
Okay. So I have Ms. Vaughn. You have pulled this item. Do you have, oh, I'm so sorry. This is so different this time.
I have a motion to present attached to my poll.
Would you please
Are you
state
ready
your
to
poll?
hear that?
I am ready to hear it.
Okay. I move that we divide the agenda item J1 and remove the district planning and director planning growth and capacity, and as well as Trafalgar principal appointment from the remaining appointments in that agenda item.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn has made a motion to remove the district planning director, planning growth and capacity, as well as Trafalgar Middle principal. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, let's make sure that we restate the motion because it was to divide J1. Do you have the motion, Madam Chair?
I do not have it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Vaughn, could you please restate your motion?
I'm sorry?
Can you
Do you want
please
me to
restate
restate
the
it?
motion?
I move that we divide the agenda item J1 and remove the district planning and director, planning, growth, and capacity, and as well as Trafalgar principal appointment from the remaining appointments of that agenda item. In other words, everything that we will consider, but we will pull those two items. That's the division that I'm proposing in my motion.
Okay. Okay, so Ms. Vaughn has made a motion to, I have it, she has made the motion to move to approve the superintendent's recommendation in J1 except for the divided items, which are the appointments of the district planning and Director of Planning, Growth, and Capacity, as well as Trafalgar Middle School Principal. So do I have a second on that, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. There is no debate on this motion. Please record your vote.
And vote.
Hand vote. Miss Kathleen Morgan?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Aye.
Ms. Gittens?
Aye.
Ms. Patrica?
Please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Nay.
Nay. And aye. 6-1, motion carries. Okay, let's see. Now, we are going back. So there's a motion to adopt the remaining recommendation on item J1 with the exception of the appointments for the district planning director, planning growth and capacity, as well as Trafalgar Middle School principal. Do I have a second?
Wait, Madam Chair, I think basically at this point, is there a motion? So we need somebody to make that motion.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I have a second motion.
Please.
I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendations in item J1, except for the divided items, which are the appointments of the district planning and director, planning, growth, and capacity, as well as Trafalgar Middle School principal.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. It has been moved by Ms. Vaughn and seconded by Ms. Gittens. Is there any discussion? Ms.
Yes,
Vaughn?
I have discussion. Statutorily, there are only two reasons that a board member might protest an appointment made by the superintendent. I am referring to the statutory provision that I can reject this if I believe that the person is not qualified, and I'd like to elaborate on that. This position has a lot of responsibility. It's the district director of planning.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Vaughn. So right now, the motion is to vote on the consent agenda, the items that have not been divided.
I'm sorry.
So if there's any discussion on that, the remaining appointments that are not divided, is there any discussion on that?
No, I don't have any.
So if there's no discussion, Madam Chair, you can call for the vote.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Aye.
Ms. Gittens?
Aye.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Aye.
And aye. 7-0, motion carries.
May I make a point of order / suggestion?
Yes.
That we have the superintendent recognize
It's going to do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely going to do that. So prior to us going into the next motion, Ms. Vaughn, if it's okay with you, that I ask Dr. Savage to please introduce any administrators in attendance with new assignments that were approved under the consent agenda. Dr. Savage?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'd like to recognize Tony Dent McNair in Maintenance Services, the new Assistant Director of Maintenance Services. I'd like to recognize the transfer of Mason Clark from Three Oaks Middle Principal to Mariner Middle Principal. I'd like to recognize the transfer and change of assignment of Forrest Walker from Allen Park Elementary Associate Principal to Three Oaks Middle Principal. I'd like to recognize Tracy Kohler from Bonita Springs Elementary Assistant Principal to Fort Myers Beach Elementary Principal. I'd also like to recognize Tony Allen from Lexington Middle Assistant Principal to East Lee County High Principal. I'd like to recognize Rachel Gould from Mariner Middle Principal to Academic Services Principal Coach. I'd like to recognize Holly Matthews from the Superintendent's Office Coordinator to Elementary J Principal. I'd like to recognize Melissa Booth from Villas Elementary Assistant Principal to Allen Park Elementary Principal. Those are the folks in attendance from the undivided piece.
Great. Great. Well, congratulations to all of you. Really wish you the best, and I know you're going to be great wherever you go. At this time, I'm going to take another moment. So if you would like to exit out of the room, unless you really want to stay with us, but I'm going to let you have that moment. And thank you again. Let's give him another hand, please. Oops. Where'd that come from?
Yes.
It's really great to see how much support that they all had for them.
With their families.
Okay, we will continue on. So we are back to, at this time, is there a motion to adopt Dr. Savage's recommendation as it relates to the position of District Planning Director, Planning Growth and Capacity for Trafalgar Middle Principal? Miss.
Okay, I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for District Planning Director, Director of Planning, Growth, and Capacity, and Trafalgar Middle School Principal.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Is that correct?
You, Ms. Fisher. Okay, this item has been.
Madam Chair, I believe that, Ms. Vaughn, if you could please restate the motion, because I think maybe one or two board members did not capture the motion. Can you please restate it?
Okay.
Okay. And the motion is, I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for District Planning Director of Planning, Growth, and Capacity, and Trafalgar Middle School Principal.
Now, seconded by Ms. Fisher. And now it has been moved by Ms. Vaughn, seconded by Ms. Fisher. Now we will have discussion, and now I will turn this back over to you, Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, I'll go back to what I started erroneously to say too early. I pulled this item because of this, this appointment of an individual to District Planning, the Director of Planning, Growth, and Capacity. This is a large responsibility, and I have the statutory support to do this based on the fact that I feel that this individual is not, doesn't have the qualifications to be in this position. It lacks those qualifications. as I said, this is a huge position, and it's even more important in our next 5 to 10 years as we look at those plans. Lee County is not only one of the fastest growing counties in Florida, but actually in the nation. We continue to grow at an incredibly fast rate. That means that the person who assumes this responsibility for all three of these things, not just of capacity, but of capacity, growth, and planning of schools. It would mean knowing all the rules and regulations having to do with land purchase, with, we've had a few problems that were referenced actually in one of the speakers tonight. And let's be honest, we had a problem with school being proposed in Estero High School that in retrospect, when we saw information a second time, showed that it really wasn't needed. We've had land divided and which compromised building capacity in the future, and several other things that have happened. This is a very specialized area, and this was pointed out to all of us on the board early on. I didn't just pull this tonight. This has come up in prior board meetings and was pulled actually by the superintendent. I'm thinking about a month ago. It was brought forward in discussion in either a briefing or a workshop, I'm not sure which. I have discussed this in one-on-ones with Superintendent Savage. I have discussed this with a phone conversation with Superintendent Savage. And so this isn't a curved ball that I am throwing out at the last minute. This is something I've been talking about for probably a month. As the fastest growing school district or county in the nation, we need a consummate professional to do this. Now, I understand, because I've heard several times explained to me the number of people who applied, which was very few. The position was only advertised for a week. I find that to be a problem. I have stated in private, I have stated in prior meetings, not action meetings, and I will state it again. When you have a district like this with the growth, when you have a critical need for someone who knows the process of planning, growth, and capacity, all of those things, not just one of them, then you need a consummate professional. And I stated, I believed that we didn't have qualified individuals, that the committee didn't interview qualified individuals. Open it back up. Let's not settle. We have wonderful people in this district. We have wonderful talent in this district. But sometimes there are positions that come up where we don't have that special individual that is qualified to do these jobs. We can't afford to waste any more money, and we have wasted millions of dollars because of prior missteps, let's say, in this department. I will repeat again, this person does not have the credentials that are preferred in the job description, and thus I have pulled this, and I do not support the recommendation for this appointment on the basis of the person doesn't have the right credentials and qualifications.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Gittens?
Okay. The reason that I am supporting Ms. Vaughn's premise in this situation, I know factually that there are people that have the qualifications and they did not receive an interview. The other thing, you know, as I sit here and look at this, Ms. Ebaugh's name is on the list tonight as resignation, and I wish her all the best, and I thank her for the time and energy and effort that she has put into this district, and wish her the best in her next endeavors. But as we look at this position, she came into the position from a planning background with experience in the field. And she has had some constraints and some issues and all of that. And I'm not going into it. But if she came in with some experience and there were difficulties, if we have someone that does not have the experience, I'm just so afraid we're setting ourselves up for failure. We don't have time for OJT in this position. In my meetings with the superintendent, and actually with both of them present, I questioned, they gave us a copy of the person's resume. And I looked at the resume, and I looked at the qualifications. And my statement was, when I used to teach high school and I taught seniors, and I would tell them, when you're applying for a position, you may know how to paint, you may know how to roller skate, and you may know how to ride a bike. But if the job description asks for a person that's really good at riding a bike, you don't necessarily want to talk about your painting and your roller skating. You will emphasize the qualifications that are asked for in that job description. And coming out of a corporate background, that's what you look for. When you're sitting in the interview, you can talk about, yeah, I ride a bike, but I also can do this. That's fine. But we're looking for someone that can ride a bike, that can get on the bike and ride. And I brought up the comment that, and I was told, well, they do have some experience in this other. I said, this is the experience that we were given, and it's not shown there anywhere to me. And we did not receive another resume that had any of that experience on it. I just really am concerned. Planning and growth and capacity is our Achilles heel in this district right now. If we don't get, people were talking tonight about proximity and, you know, issues with where their children were going, and school choice starts in planning, growth, and development. Someone that's going to be over that department, and I'll repeat this again, when I was training to be an administrator in this district, I spent a summer in planning. And I saw what just the one person that did the growth and capacity data. And I saw the work that that person did and the connection between that person and school choice. they had the data, had to have the data to be able to say to school choice, you can only put this number of students here, you can only do this. And I've been told by the superintendent and others that we need someone that has experience working in schools. And I get that. But just like I said on Monday, when we get ready to build a school, in my experience, every time we do, there's a committee that is made up of district people and administrators from schools that are there to help with those types of questions. Do we really need to pull someone from a school to be there full-time to do that? Or is that something that when we are going to do a middle school, we include middle school principals, et cetera? I just, mainly because I know that there are people that were not interviewed that do have the qualifications. And I have not seen the qualifications exemplified in the current applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan, do you have any comments?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for the workshop Q&A this afternoon on this agenda item. The in-depth probing of the job description, planning department organization, and district long-term needs. This conversation was enlightening and contributed to changes in my opinion about this item. The problem with an appointed operations staff stems from a lack of appropriate and effective operations leadership for the past 3 years. Significant losses of key staff suggest the need for new leadership, in other words, a chief, and a department overhaul. My concern is that we will appoint staff today who do not meet the needs of an operations chief in this district. Let's see. A good short-term management practice happens in the context of long-term strategic needs and planning. I respectfully request that Superintendent Savage listen to the board concerns and pull this recommendation tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Are there any other comments?
Thank you. Before we move forward, I just want to make sure that the board is clear on the law, right? So I sent an email earlier today, and I have said this multiple times with regards to the law. The board has responsibilities, the superintendent has responsibilities, and those are outlined in the statute. The superintendent is responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of the district. That includes personnel management. Now, the board, when the superintendent brings a recommendation to the board, unless the board has good cause, under two things, moral turpitude or lack of qualifications. Those are the only two things that you can base a rejection of a superintendent's recommendation. So if the board is concerned about either of those two things, they need to be very clear, because I believe you've had one-on-ones that talk about the job descriptions and resumes and all that stuff. I'm not privy to that. But you need to be clear in terms of where you find the fault with the recommendation, so it's clear for the record, please.
So, Ms. Patrica.
If I understand this correctly, if I may, through the chair, Attorney Dupree-Bruno, it's also the superintendent's responsibility to demonstrate that the applicant has met the minimum job qualifications, correct?
So the superintendent does have to show where the person or the individual meets the job qualifications. I don't know what happened in your meetings with the superintendent and those discussions. I'm not privy to that. But that is the responsibility of the superintendent to demonstrate that there is a minimum requirement of those job qualifications from the job description.
And therein lies clearly stated for the record the reason why I will not be supporting the motion.
Dr. Savage.
Again, we stated this in a public meeting, both myself, the HR chief. So essentially, just to recap, how we arrived where we are, there were not one but two teams of operations staff, including folks from planning who actually know what the planning department does and have worked in that area, understand every aspect of that, as well as all the other operations areas such as construction and maintenance and so forth. People who work in this from an operational standpoint every day. That is where the first opportunity that Dr. Galbraith was considered qualified and recommended, not just meeting minimum qualifications, which I have in front of me, but also was highly, in a very competitive field, exceeded so many other applicants. Secondly, the executive director who supervises the three areas, who is leading that particular area, also recommended this individual and felt that not only was he minimally qualified, but fully qualified, highly qualified for that. Our HR department, which is the group that we rely upon to make sure that all minimum quals are met and that candidates who are put forward are in fact qualified for these jobs, have also certified, and I have it in front of me specifically, the qualifications and what his degree requirements and work experience that clearly meets the letter of all of those requirements. Again, every single person I mentioned thus far is qualified to make this assessment, upon which I then rely and then say, yes, I will also support this recommendation brought to me from the professional staff making normal hiring decisions to conduct the daily operations of the work, which statutorily has been clearly outlined, and I've read every bit of case law and attorney general opinion to help guide this for the last 70 years, and I have found nothing that says that a school board member's feeling or belief about the qualifications of people. Again, I'd like to know how many of you have worked in the planning department, how many of you can intimately understand what school-based planning can actually do, what the day-to-day work function is in that particular, to make such a qualified assessment, when I have in front of me from my HR executive that the one requirement, of course, he has a master's and a doctorate, clearly satisfying the first requirement. The second, 7 years of administrative in a related field, that satisfies the second requirement. The third, management experience, including planning, organizing, directing, and large budgets. Of course, he's done that as a principal of a large budget. And then last but not least, he's an expert in the area of advanced principles and techniques of project management, planning, training, budgeting, and supervision, which came directly from his resume. I understand the board has their discretion to feel how they want to feel on these pieces, but what I ask is, from the legal standpoint, in the job that I'm required to do, I have to run the day-to-day operations, which means when people bring me recommendations for professional staff, I have to take it seriously that the recommendations they're making is based upon their professional judgment and expertise. That's why we are where we are today. I absolutely support the recommendation. I will not pull the recommendation, as Ms. Morgan had asked me to do, because I fully support the assessment of all the professional staff that have brought us to this day. And I also don't want to validate that there's been the millions and this and that. The person who is in the current role, who I'm not going to diminish in any way, on paper has every possible qualification that you could possibly want for this role, and has done that, and was not hired in the director role, was actually hired executive director role, so really exceeded what you would ever want to see in this role on paper. All of our prior directors that we've had, Dominic Gemelli, who came before that it was Greg Blurton, Mark Mora, this individual we're putting forward has just as much, if not more, qualified than any of those individuals, other than the person who is now in the outgoing piece. Other than that, absolutely meets every qualification for that person. So to decide that this person is unqualified, on what basis, I would ask, after a month of answering the same questions, many of which are in recorded meetings, so that people can see that this is not the first time. So yes, it's not a curveball to me, but this should not be a curveball either. I have nothing left to say about this.
Thank you, Dr. Savage. Ms. Vaughn, you had your hand back up.
Dr. Savage, with all due respect, I take exception with your saying that or at least hinting that I am making a decision based on my feelings. I'm not that kind. Excuse me, but I am not that kind of person. I'll tell you who I am. I'm an elected constitutional officer, and part of my job is to make sure that this district has the best guidance in all areas, from those who drive the buses through those who make the top-level decisions. We have many people in this district who are great leaders. However, that's not the only qualification that we need. You yourself said that a shortcoming in the resume of the prior executive director and then director in this position is that that individual had no school-based experience. And you emphasized that school-based experience was very, very important. What we said and what I said at the meeting yesterday when we were discussing this, and I believe one or two of my colleagues agreed, it almost sounded like this was two jobs, that maybe this individual that's nominated could do half of the job. We don't need anything half blank. We need somebody that can do 100% of the job. If we didn't have anybody in the school district after exactly 1 week of advertising that fit this job 100%, could do this for the fastest growing, the top 25 or something like that, growing school districts in the nation, then it behooves us, at least it behooves me, to go back out and find that person. If you're interviewing for a nanny for your children and you have somebody, they know a little bit and they'd be a good tutor, but they've never done this before, they've never, I'm going to settle. Would you settle? No. This is our baby here, the school district. We cannot afford someone that knows only a portion of the job. And as my colleague said, it's not on the job training. And the other problem that we've had in that department, and we had one more person of the exodus, in the past year, we have had many people leave this district from that department. We need the best that we can hire, and I'm not going to settle for less, and I don't think the people out there in this community should settle for less.
Ms. Giovanelli and then Ms. Gittens.
Here are my concerns that I raised a couple days ago and prior to this, and with all due respect, Dr. Savage, here's what I do know. The very individual that applied for this job has also applied for the director of maintenance. So that raises a big red flag, because really what job do they want? Any job here at the district? Or are they qualified for both jobs? Which one were they qualified for? That's questionable. It was only advertised for 5 days. That's another big red flag for me personally, because it did not allow for opportunity for other principals to apply, or any other person to apply within the district. And I'm all about what's equitable and fair, and everybody has the same opportunities and are afforded those very same opportunities. And I feel like it was a closed job for an individual that is taking second best for them. So those are my concerns. I will be really fighting for a job to be, any job and positions to be advertised for a minimum of at least 30 days. And I think that's a board discussion, and maybe it should be 45 days, but that's a board discussion, and I will respect the will of the board at that point. I have to listen to the board. I'm gonna vote. I think I'm changing my vote to the will of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Okay. First of all, I take exception to saying feelings. I don't know this individual. If they were sitting right there in front of me right now, I would have no idea they were sitting there. I've never spoken with them. I've never conversed with them. To have a personal opinion would be that I don't like someone, and that is not the case. As I look, I pulled up the resume again, and as I look at it, I just don't see it.
Ms. Giddens, if you could, what is it that you don't see so that it's clear and we understand what the issue with the qualifications is?
The issues that we've had in the last 3 years, as my colleagues have said, in that department of keeping qualified staff, of working with qualified staff, of not wasting $5 million of taxpayer money because the planning was not done precisely, of not planning projects pristinely, which is what saves money in this district. We have done project after project that it's like, okay, we do this now, well, we've got to change this. I understand the economy and I understand shortages of supplies and all that, but somebody who works in that field and who understands how to manipulate through that would be able to help us manipulate through that. Someone who has the experience, that has done it. And I'm not going to say the name, but there was a person that applied that has experience doing it and was not interviewed. When I say the qualifications, did we do, and here's one question, did we do an experiential interview? Or what type of an interview? Because in experiential interviews, you ask a person, give me an example of a time when you were doing a project and the cost of materials increased exponentially in the middle of it, and how did you handle that? And they should be able to give you an example. Well, I did this, and this is how we solved that. Can you give me a time when the person in charge of data in your department quit, and that's an integral part of what goes on? What did you do? How did you handle it? And they would give you an experiential example of something that they have done. And I don't know if we haven't seen the documentation as to, the questions and all of that. What experiential besides education and directing and staffing, I just don't see it.
Do we have any other comments?
Mrs. Morgan.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Morgan.
I just want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said. We had professional leadership 4 years ago. We recruited from outside the district to create a highly qualified staff, and all of whom left under subsequent leadership. We have a problem. We are not using best management practices by trying to solve our immediate problem with solutions that may have unintended consequences. I again ask the superintendent to listen to his board, understand their concerns, acknowledge that we have a problem, and that standing on this appointment alone is not the solution. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other comments? I do believe that this is a very hard conversation that we're having. And I do agree with the 5 days. That is not nearly enough. And other concern now is the fact that we are losing another person in that department who had that planning knowledge. So putting a person in there right now, even though they may be the best leader, and they can organize, and I'm looking at their skill set, but not having that other part, that's a concern to me. Because even yesterday in the conversation, when they were speaking about possibly having, which I know we would not have two people, but it's two totally separate issues, but who are they leading if that person's not there? Now we're going to have to bring another person in there to learn that whole concept as well. So I am truly concerned about that taking place as well.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gittens.
Just listening to what you just said, one other thing, we have some extremely qualified people in that department, in certain areas of that department, that do know what they're doing, and in their individual areas, and not looking to, put them in this position, but in the economy that we have now, we have to make sure we don't lose individuals that have the expertise because of the way we are managing our departments. We could very easily have someone say, well, I'm leaving, I can't take this, this person doesn't even know what I do, and trying to direct me. I know all of this and they don't even know what to tell me in doing my job. It's a tricky time to not be precise in who we hire to be over people that have done their job successfully and professionally for a long time.
No, and thank you. I'm definitely not trying to take anything away from the people who do work in that department, because I do appreciate each and every one of them. And I guess, Ms. DePree-Bruno, where are we at with this? Because
So, Madam Chair.
go ahead, please.
So I would like to ask if the board would allow me to consult with the superintendent if I can have a 5-minute recess, please.
And may I have Ms. Fisher has?
A 5-minute recess.
Ms. Fisher had a comment to make, though?
So,
just want to hear what she has to say.
So I've listened to this, and we've had this conversation before for the last almost month. This was pulled before. We have a process in the district, and the superintendent is legally responsible for doing personnel. Legally, we don't have to advertise at all, although it is best practice to advertise for at a minimum of a week, if not 2 or 3. But it's not legally necessary. When we have other professionals evaluating the applicants, and I'm not aware, Ms. Gittens, I know you know somebody who has the qualifications and did not get an interview, and I was not aware of that. So that was a different piece of information. So I think I'll ask Superintendent, if I may, through the chair.
Yes, please.
When the people were vetted, when the applicants were vetted, how many of them did not get an interview?
I would say I know that the appropriate processes pursuant to our policies and procedures were all followed in this entire piece. And to my basic knowledge, the board is only responsible for vetting and hiring 3 potential employees. That's the board auditor, the attorney, and the superintendent. The superintendent is then responsible for all of the staff, all of them. And that includes the vetting, that includes the interview process, and so forth. If the board would like to be a part of the interview process, the pre-screening of the rubrics, or something along those lines so that you can feel more informed and more input into vetting candidates. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't even know if it's legally permissible, but that's what we're doing right now, vetting the resume as if that is a part of the board's responsibility. It's a courtesy that the board receives the resume, so there's some familiarity with the candidates being recommended. The actual vetting of the resumes and the experiences, all of that happens through the interview process. So it's, again, I went through 70 years of case law, advisory opinions. I saw nothing, not a single shred of anything that allowed the board to handpick who they felt was maybe someone they know that should have been more qualified than someone else. I just didn't see anything to that effect. Those are the 3 employees, and then when the board doesn't like the performance of their employees, then that's really the board. That's what the governance level of the 10,000-foot level is the employee that we run the organization. That's our job. It's to do it. And I rely on all the people that I work with to make professional recommendations. That's...
So to...
Mr. Preborno.
Ms. Fisher, go ahead and finish.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree. We have a problem. We've lost a lot of people. But that is not unique to Lee County Schools. Lee Health has a problem. Other big employers in this area have a problem. People all over the state have a problem with the employment market right now. And so I feel like if I determine what the qualifications are when they're already listed, I'm out of my lane as a board member. And I think that, yes, we have to do a better job retaining people, but it's not only us. This is a different time. And so I would think that it's not legal not to support the superintendent's recommendation.
We're going to...
So, Mr. Preborno?
So, Madam Chair, if I may, through the chair, ask a couple of questions to the superintendent, if I may. Yes. And I'm going to put my lawyer hat on instead of the colleague hat. Dr. Savage, could you please tell us what exactly were the minimum qualifications for this particular job description?
Yes, if you give me a minute, I can pull those up.
And while he's pulling it up, I'm going to go back again to Ms. Fisher's point and what I have said repeatedly in emails and on the dais when this has come up before, that the superintendent's recommendations must be approved unless there's good cause, which is limited to moral turpitude or lack of qualification. So let's find out what this individual, if I may, because I want to straighten this out a little bit, Ms. Gittens. I need to find out what were the qualifications.
It's taking a while to pull up the job description, but I do, in the summary bullet list I have from HR, the first was that they had to have a master's degree. He has not only a master's degree, but a doctorate degree in organizational leadership. The second was 7 years of administrative, professional, or technical experience. He has 7 years of administrative in a related field. He's actually been a school-based administrator for over 18 years, so he clearly exceeds that. The third minimum qualification area was management experience, including planning, organizing, directing, staffing, the development and management of large budgets. He has planned, organized, directed, and staffed the middle school for 8 years as a principal. He has managed a large budget of Trafalgar Middle for 8 years as principal. And then last, those are the 3 that I have on this list. Again, I'm just waiting for the...
Was that all of the minimum qualifications?
Unfortunately, I'm having difficulty with their website.
I have to tell you, and I was going to consult with the superintendent and I've shared this with board members. I am concerned when the board steps into the operational lane. I'm very concerned about that. I am concerned, Ms. Gittens, because the statute has lines. The superintendent has responsibilities. The board has responsibilities. It's outlined in the statute, and the superintendent is responsible for the operation. Is responsible for the day-to-day, is responsible for personnel. That's clearly in the statute. And I'll tell you exactly which statute talks about that. Let me pull it up really fast.
While you're pulling that up, may I please speak?
1012.22, 1012.27. It's explicit. So, yes, can the board say, I'm not going to approve a recommendation? Yes, you can, based on good cause. What's the good cause? lack of qualification or moral turpitude. There's no question about moral turpitude, so now we're stuck with lack of qualification. So what is the job minimum requirements? Dr. Savage has indicated what those job minimum requirements are. Is there any other job requirements from that job description? I mean, is there something that is not met pursuant to the job description? Because there are legal consequences to these discussions on the dais. There's legal consequences to hiring and firing. And I'm extremely concerned about the exposure that this conversation is giving us and putting us in from a legal standpoint.
Thank you. And I know we did go over the qualifications at one meeting or a meeting
To
or
meet
two
the
ago.
qualifications, yes or no? That's all I want to know.
Ms. Gittens.
Well, here's where I beg to differ. And it's been brought up to us over and over and over again, there's legal consequences. We realize that. But at least the way I see my job, as oversight. And based on the way Attorney Bruno just said that, it's almost like saying, well, you can say it, but you really can't do it. And what Ms. Fisher was saying, well, you can talk about it, but you really can't do it. Where does his responsibility stop and our start is oversight? And I'm not trying to be HR, but what I'm saying is if you see something that may cause an issue for the whole, you have to speak up about it, and we do have that legal ability and right to do that. If one of the main qualifications was budget, and the individual has run a middle school budget for 8 years and is going from that to a $1.9 billion budget, there's a difference there. And there are people that have run million-dollar budgets that have more oversight in doing that. And I really, I don't know, the way the comments are made, it's like, well, you can say something, but it's not legal for you to do something. Our job is oversight. And if oversight means sitting up high and looking low and saying, there's something about this that doesn't look right, we are just asking to have it reviewed. It is not personal. It is not about an individual. It is about, are our children getting the best person to run and decide where schools are going and where choice is going to be made and how much we're spending for this and, you know, do we need to buy extra steel and all of this, how much dirt do we need and can we get it from over here? There's a lot that goes into this. And that's all we're saying is just to take a look and see, have we really got the best person for this job? Can they do the job? I'm sure, given enough time, they can. But I take offense to being said, well, you really can't do anything about it because it's illegal. It's not illegal for me to say, in my opinion, and one of the things, let me just say this too. The board is made up of all different types of people from all different types of backgrounds, and that's what makes it the board. I have a corporate background in finance and all that. Others of you have different experiences. I bring with me the eyes to look at this, and I do understand what I'm saying about the ability to do this job.
Ms. Vaughn.
And I'm going to focus again on the nature of this district and the speed of our growth. And I didn't see as a matter of fact, I've been trying to pull up the job description again. I'm going on memory because we've had issues with our server. I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied with, can somebody do the job? Can they maybe do it in time and learn from? I'm not satisfied with that. We can't, I mean, would you hire somebody like that to be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Oh, they're a good person. I am not going on feelings. And I feel like, I know I am going on the law when I say the person is not fully qualified, and I'm not satisfied with minimum. We can't have minimum in this school district. Is that what we want? Is that what is that what our constituents want for their teachers, for their principals? Is that what you want for the person who's building your house, putting a roof on your house? Oh, they're minimally, yeah, they'll get it soon. No, we can't afford that. And Ms. Dupree-Bruno did an excellent job saying, well, talking about this. Somebody want to sue me on this? Be my guest.
Madam Chair, may I have 5 minutes, please, to consult with the superintendent?
Yes. Thank
And
you.
Madam Chair, when do we have public comment on a motion?
No, we don't. There's no public comment on this. This is part of the consent.
This was already part of the consent
It's
agenda.
part of the consent. There's no public comment on this. That's what we're waiting for. So we'll have a 5-minute
Motion.
I don't think we met because I came in late. I'm Chris, Mrs. Patricia.
Ambrielle Calix.
Ambrielle? And what is your last name?
Calix.
And what grade are you in?
8th grade.
And what are you
in Mariner Middle School.
questions, but hi, well.
No problem.
I just got theirs.
Okay, thank you. We have returned, and I'm actually going to, I think there has been plenty of conversation. I don't really know what more we can discuss without repeating over and over again what has been discussed. So I guess that Mr. Prebrunno, would it be okay for then just to take a hand vote on this? Or would we have that, it would be a hand vote, or?
I think it will be a hand vote, right?
Okay.
Hand vote. So Dr. Savage, any last words?
Did you want any last words?
Well, just to say that I think the structure that I've read about through the study that I've been looking at is essentially the board's job is to hold the superintendent accountable. You know, we may differ on opinions of the qualifications and so forth, and we clearly differ in our assessment here today. The typical remedy is really for the board to hold the superintendent accountable. That's really my best understanding based on legal opinions that I've read so far of how it's supposed to play out, not for the board to directly engage with the individual pieces. However, I'm not an attorney. That's just what I've read as I've gone through, like I said, all that piece.
You're correct from a legal standpoint.
70
I've
years
said
of
this
stuff I read.
a lot, many times over. So, Madam Chair, at this point, you want to call for the vote?
Yes, thank you. So this will be a hand vote. And Ms. Morgan? Shall we read? Ms. Morgan, I'm sorry. I'm going to have Ms. Vaughn. It's been such a long time ago.
Yeah.
She's going to reread her motion. Go ahead, Ms. Vaughn.
And you need to listen carefully, because what this says is, I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for district planning director, director of planning, growth, and capacity, and Trafalgar Middle School.
That's where I'm confused.
No, she's approved.
We're voting on the approval
Correct.
of this person's appointment.
Correct.
You're voting on two appointments. One is for the Director of Planning and Growth. The other one is for the principal at Trafalgar Middle School because they're intertwined.
Correct. That it's.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So, Ms. Morgan, I will go ahead and ask you then for your vote, please.
I'm going to make a very brief statement first. I understand the law, and I recognize the line between CEO and board responsibility. What I hear is the board lost confidence in its CEO and the disconnect between the board understanding of district strategic needs and his desire to exercise his right to make an appointment. That said, I support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Ms. Vaughn?
Nay.
Ms. Gittens?
Nay.
Ms. Patrica?
No, thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli?
No.
Ms. Fisher?
Aye.
And I. And it's 3-4. The motion fails. Okay, moving on to our next item. We have board member comments, and I will start with Ms. Morgan. I'm going to start with you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually going to start with our student over here. So, and if you don't mind, I'd rather her just be able to do that, so that way if she needs to leave, because it is getting late and she does have school tomorrow. So,
Ambrielle.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you for being here, honey, and go ahead and give your comments.
So I'm very thankful to have served as a member of the district. Do I have to turn on?
Yeah, it should be on.
It's on. Just lean in.
Okay. as a member of the District Student Advisory Council for the past 2 years, and I've truly enjoyed sitting in on this meeting. One topic I'm passionate about is vaping in school, and since I go to Mariner Middle School, an IB school, 8th graders do an IB project. My IB project was centered around discouraging vaping at the middle school level. I made a commercial and created posters to spread this message, and the district does a good job of discouraging vaping and setting up discipline procedures. I do have an idea to step up the work we're doing to put an end to this. Possibly creating school vaping ambassadors would allow a student who knows their school to focus on persuading their peers to stop. This ambassador should meet with their principal and put plans into action. I understand the complexity of this idea, so I believe starting small with one middle school and one high school will allow a test group in hopes of spreading countywide. Thank you for your time tonight.
I think that's a great idea. So now you bring it to the, and you can bring that back to the student advisory and see how we can make that happen, right?
Yeah.
So are you okay to stay with us for a few minutes, or is Dad ready to? And thank you, Dad, for bringing her. We're going to go ahead and let you go because it may be a longer meeting, but we so appreciate you. And thank you again for bringing her. Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you.
You got to walk out there with Miss Lizette. Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Okay, Miss Morgan, I'm going to go ahead and let you start, please, with your comments, please.
So first of all, I want to thank Gabrielle because she not only identified the problem, but she offered a solution, and that's the kind of comment I love to hear.
Absolutely.
Other than that, I have to say all my board member comments are in my district computer in the office, and I don't have access to that computer, so I will save my comments for another day.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. I will go to Ms. Fisher, please.
Yes, thank you. And also, thank you to Ambrielle, not only for serving on the student advisory for 2 years, but for focusing on the needs of the kids and really articulating it beautifully. I want to thank our hardworking staff for their support of our students, making their mission and vision. I want to have a special thanks to Cindy McClung for all of the work that she does, not only with the board, but with the CSI committee, and I really appreciate her diligence. Finally, to our administrative professionals who keep the ball rolling every day, and all of the help that they give us, keeping us on track and on task and making sure we have what we need to do our jobs. And thank you for our audience, for your patience, and for all of your comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Giovanelli?
I'll be quick. Real quick, this decision had nothing to do with the applicant for me. It was about the process. And I mentioned about 2 months ago, let's not have any hires. Let's wait for the new superintendent. But I was outvoted, and the board wished to proceed with hiring. And so that was my concern from day one. And to find out this was only advertised for 5 days, and it wasn't afforded the same opportunity for all other principals to apply, I think we would have had more candidates and more opportunity. And I think for me, it's all about it being an equitable process. So he may very well be the candidate in another month with the new superintendent, and his pick. At that point, the board will have to make that decision again, possibly. So I'm not opposed. It was never anything to do with the employee. It had to do with the process, and that is my concern. So I just want to make that really clear because we do have a problem in the department. I wrote down there's 8 items that fell in operations that were clear problems. Block Lane, the purchase of Block Lane, and then we bailed on Block Lane and went to Three Oaks. Then Three Oaks became a proximity issue that came up that we really didn't need to put a school there at all. And so now we have the proximity that's saying now we don't need to use proximity, we need to kick that can down the road. I got a big problem. We spent over $500,000 for a proximity plan. I want to see the proximity plan play out. I am not the only one. Our community does, because they're tired of waiting on a bus that never comes. And that's what when it affects our students and our children and employees, we have to look at this, because that's who we serve. That's what we're here for, is to make sure that we're running the district so that the buses pick the students up, the students get to school, the students are learning, and the students get home safely. That's the process that has been a problem, and we need to make sure that we spent millions of dollars on steel for a property that we're now not going to build. Now we got to store that steel. And I thank God that we're still going to get the steel, because I was curious what happened to the steel, because I never heard anything else about the steel. So now I know the steel is going to be stored somewhere in maintenance. I probably have to do a drive-by to see it, because I think it's probably going to be stacked pretty high. Tree lines, now a problem, and the land is not sufficient. We purchased that land for a specific plan, and that land is now not sufficient, and we're not really talking about the additional costs for that. The property on Tower Road, we subdivided that. I voted against that. I recommended we don't divide the 40 acres. We need all 40 acres. We need to keep the land. I just want to be real clear, because I fought against selling any land, and I would agree to buy land. So we go to split it. Now, lo and behold, when we split it, it's still not enough. And I remember asking the question numerous times, if we split it, can we still build an elementary school? I was told yes. That is not true. That was not true. And so I am the overseer, and that's a problem when we need to keep Tower Road. That should be where our next school should be, because I know we almost had a high school there, and it was sufficient then. We've had a high turnover in this department. This falls on even prior administration, and we need to, Dr. Savage said a very important thing today. We need to hold the superintendent accountable. And shame on us, because we do not do that. This district does not do that. And therefore, employees are the ones that suffer, and then the students ultimately suffer. So we need to be doing our job. The reason why we going to have an elected superintendent on the ballot is because we don't do our job. And we need to take ownership of that. And I'll keep saying it until I am blue in the face, because that's where the problem is. It sits right up here. Right up here, and I'll stand with you on that, and I voted against many of your decisions making. I felt we should wait on hiring employees and changing jobs and changing principals until the new superintendent comes. But again, that was crickets, and I was a vote against that. So today we are reaping the repercussions of what we didn't do to begin with. And that was to stop hiring anybody until this new superintendent arrived and was in a position. I know I'm not the only one that mentioned it. It got mentioned by a couple other board members, but they still never had the support. 3 votes is still not 4. I can't count. I went to school in Lee County. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
I just would like, if I may, through the chair, ask the superintendent, can we somehow follow up with our student regarding the ambassador issue? I don't know what the answer is, but if we could have someone on staff provide her with a direct answer, I suspect that she should go to her principal and ask, but if you can just provide her with I don't want that question about the ambassador to just go into a black hole and her never get a response.
Absolutely.
Please and thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, and she's going to bring it to the student advisory committee as well. Ms. Vaughn?
Well, I've said a lot this evening. I'm not going to rehash. I'm the kind of person, I learned this back in high school on being on debate team. You do your best, and then you move on. And I feel good about the decision we made from the dais this evening, because, again, we can't go with mediocrity. when it comes to any of our employees being qualified for a job. What I'd like to do is real quickly run through EDAC recommendations. None of these require a board action now, but I wanted to go through them. One of the things that EDAC felt, and I'm a liaison, they recommended that the board support the Crown Act. The Crown Act is Create a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, and this was commentary on the Code of Conduct. And we had earlier, as a board, talked about hair color, and we had taken that out. And I had a brief meeting yesterday, actually, with several people from Student Services, and we were talking about the Student Code of Conduct, and I brought this up, and Mr. Mangan said that it's built in, the way that the Code of Conduct is written, it does support the natural, that, you know, the students can, and I guess this would go for the parents too, or not the, well, yeah, the parents, but the teachers, although this is a student code of conduct. And in addition, he said that this will be addressed in training. So when the principals and APs have their training and go over the code of conduct, this will be something that's brought up. Another thing that I talked with Student Services about is EDAC recommended that the board expand the use of restorative justice practices to keep students in the classroom. This doesn't need action from the board because we do continue to offer training and guidance in terms of implementation of this. EDAC says, recommend that the board communicate with local small businesses and organizations that foster small businesses to make them aware of the district's need and availability. So they support something that is already ongoing, and it's not just being done in one small area. We've talked about this in procurement. We've talked about this just the other day when we had the SOS, the Support Our Students, talking to local businesses to have them, to give them intern opportunities. We have all kinds of outreach to our local businesses, and we value that deeply, and this is something else that EDAC supports and that we are doing. EDAC has a lot of recommendations, bear with me. EDAC recommends that the board create an annual reporting process between Small Business Enterprise, or SBE, and EDAC that would include periodic meetings. And Ms. Susan Millay, via Mr. Jared Eady, put forth this statement. We are eager to continue to present to EDAC on this topic. So this is, I think this will satisfy their ongoing interest in being sure that the small businesses of our community, and I know we've also, the staff has brought forward also minority businesses and so on and so forth. So this also is something that we are doing. Okay, recommends the continuing expansion of recruitment efforts. They mentioned Canada. I don't know if we've done Canada. Have we done Canada? But the Caribbean, Central America, etc. I know there have been things with Africa, some exchange interns and that sort of thing. And so again, I know that HR and the recruitment and retention, but we're dealing with recruitment here. is busy always and always looking for new opportunities, and that doesn't end at the U.S. borders, that we are looking elsewhere for qualified candidates. There's another recommendation that actually overlaps CSI, and I don't know what Ms. Fisher's going to want to do with the discussion on, I think theirs was a little broader because it talked about land, but from EDAC, it was a concern about affordable housing for staff recruitment and retention. So that can be something that we talk, both advisory committees were interested in this, and I know this has been brought up before, so I have no doubt that it'll continue to be something that we talk about. And finally, there's a piece that I mentioned to this board quite a few months ago when we were discussing the map changes, the redistricting, and the maps. And I'm going to say it again because EDAC brought this up a second time, and I would like to see this topic on a future, and there's no hurry about this. I'm sorry, I'm talking in riddles. They recommend that the board eliminate at-large seats. We're talking about school board at-large seats, and add 2 single-member district seats in support of term limits. So I would like to see, obviously, it will be some time before this becomes a pressing issue, but time has a way of moving fast, and so I would like to see this in some future month put in the parking lot for our board workshops. And I had a few other things, but I think I'm going to leave it with that and say it's my second year. This was my second year working with EDAC, so there's going to be, a changeover, and I will miss the group because I think I said this 2 weeks ago. They are people after my own heart because they have opinions and they are not afraid to express their opinions and put things out there, because the only way that we move forward is to come up with new ideas and come up with brainstorming and collaborate on these things. And we may not all agree on everything, but if we can take a little piece here, a little piece there, add something else, sometimes we can surprise ourselves on what we can accomplish. And that's all I have to say this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Gittens?
Okay, I just have a couple of things because in good of the order I will be bringing up a motion, but I got a call from one of the representatives on the curriculum, I think it was curriculum committee last night, and last night was their last meeting, and they were a little bit, I guess, surprised. I don't know if the schedule, they weren't aware, but that was the last meeting for the year, and there was much discussion about at least having a meeting until, in May or whatever. So there was a lot of discussion on that at that meeting last night, and there was more that they wanted to discuss, but they're done until the fall. So I don't know how we look at that calendar or, look to rectify that in the future.
You could change this. They have changed it before.
I'm the liaison for that, and they didn't have a quorum. So they couldn't change anything or add anything or do anything.
Right.
So you got to have participation. So that really was what happened there. And they can't even talk about a calendar or do anything if you don't have a quorum. And they had stuff to vote on and they didn't have a quorum. So
That's
you,
why I
Ms.
brought it
Giovanelli.
up, to get the answer out there. The last thing I'm going to say in this, I was on my way to get some lunch this afternoon, and I was stopped in that magnificent traffic at Fowler and Colonial. And I happened to look up and saw several of our Golden Apple teachers in a revolving billboard. And it was so exciting. I was hoping the light didn't change before I saw them all. It did, so I didn't get to see them all. But their event is on Friday night. Many of us will be there with our guests. And we can never have enough of saying thank you and recognizing our hardworking teachers. So I will leave it at that for now and go to the order when I do. Thank you.
This is still your turn. This is you. Go to the order.
Oh, so I can do it now?
Yes, Ms.
Oh, okay.
Gibbs, everybody else.
I'm used to you saying, is there any go
No,
to the order?
this is
Okay, I'm sorry.
this is your comments, this is you.
Okay, so let me get into this. I'm going to make a motion, we've talked about it already, about the National Day of Prayer. And I've worked with the attorney on the legalities and everything of it. And there were suggestions from different individuals that Miami-Dade, I believe, had done that last month or in their last meeting. And so there were questions as to why can't we. So I first want to read the legalities of it. I was a little concerned of some of the comments tonight of people thinking we were trying to make people pray or take prayer out of the schools, or I was very confused. But anyway, so the First Amendment to our Constitution protects the rights of free speech and religious liberty, including the right of all Americans to pray. The National Day of Prayer is an annual day of observance held on the first Thursday in May. The modern law formalizing this observance was enacted in 1952. However, there have been calls for days of fasting and prayer since the Second Continental Congress in 1775. In 1795, George Washington proclaimed a day of public thanksgiving and prayer, as did President James Adams in 1798 and 99. In addition, Thomas Jefferson established a day of worship and thanksgiving while serving as governor of Virginia. President Abraham Lincoln proclaimed a day of, quote, humiliation, fasting, and prayer in 1863. On June 17, 1952, in a joint resolution of Congress, President Harry Truman signed a bill proclaiming the National Day of Prayer into law in the United States. President Ronald Reagan approved an amendment in 1988, designating the first Thursday of May each year as a National Day of Prayer. According to federal statute 36 United States Code Section 119, the President of the United States is legally required to sign a proclamation each year encouraging all Americans to pray on the first Thursday of May, the National Day of Prayer. The constitutionality of the National Day of Prayer was unsuccessfully challenged in court by the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and their attempt was unanimously dismissed in April 2011 in federal court. The National Day of Prayer is meant to transcend differences, bring citizens of all backgrounds together. The purpose of the National Day of Prayer is best summarized by the presidential proclamation of May 5th, 2021, which states, on this, quote, on this day, this National Day of Prayer, we unite with purpose and resolve and recommit ourselves to the core freedoms that help define and guide our nation in its earliest days. We celebrate our incredible good fortune that as Americans, we can exercise our convictions freely, no matter our faith or beliefs. Let us find in our prayers, however they are delivered, the determination to overcome adversity, rise above our differences, and come together as one nation to meet this moment in history." End quote. This year, the National Day of Prayer falls on Thursday, May the 5th, 2022, and calls on all people of different faiths in the United States to pray for the nation and its leaders. I like to explain this as one lady was talking about not letting children pray or whatever. I would like to describe it as a quiet reflection and a chance to breathe in unity. It's the parents' rights to teach their children how and what to pray. So when there's a moment of silence, the answer is they know because you've taught them what to pray or what to do in your own way, however your family does that, and teaching them what and how to pray. I hope that that this motion passes and that we follow the National Day of Prayer and embrace the silence of quiet reflection and with a collective cleansing breath. My motion is, fellow board members, I move that the School Board of Lee County recognize the National Day of Prayer and that our students and staff be allowed to participate in the National Day of Prayer in their own way, based on their preference and in compliance with all federal, state laws, to include but not limited to Florida Statute 1002.206 and Board Policy 2.34, Religious Expression, which is based on the model policy provided by the Florida Department of Education.
I need a second on this, please.
Second that.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. And discussion, please. And who would like to start? Ms. Giovanelli?
Real quick. So, real quick, I do want the board attorney to explain that there's already a federal law on this, and that, but really concerns me is that I heard people state today that some schools don't acknowledge it or exercise it, and so I want to make sure that if this is voted in, that the opportunity at every school will that will happen. And what is the actual plan? I know she says in their own way, but what if one school doesn't even acknowledge it, like that's what's been happening now? So I mean, if we've got a federal law that we sometimes do, we sometimes don't, what's that mean?
So the federal law, 36 U.S.C. Section 119, mandates that the President of the United States encourages all Americans to pray on the first Thursday of May, which is the National Prayer Day. That's federal. Now, we do have two relevant state laws. One of them was passed last year, which requires that students be given a minute in the beginning of the day to meditate. And then we have Florida Statute 1002.206, which is the religious expression policy that allows students to express their religion and can even have lead events that are religious, based on religion if they want to. Doesn't specify any particular religion, any faith, or non-faith, just a belief in whatever can be done. And then, of course, that statute also includes some guidelines for staff. So we will, if the board decides to approve this motion, legal will draft a guideline for staff so that they can follow it, reminding them of the 1-minute meditation that's already provided by statute that we should all be doing anyhow, because that is Florida law, as well as the religious expression law. We will make sure that staff understands that, and that just like when students walk out, we can have a National Day of Prayer on the 5th, and we will provide the same type of guidelines that we do whenever these types of things occur.
Okay, so, and this is not going to be a resolution. This will actually be a motion, and it's not going to be a resolution, though. I want to get clarity on that as well.
So a resolution really is a fancy motion, is what a resolution is. So this is not in that form of a resolution where we have the whereases and all that stuff.
Right.
So this is simply a motion that we recognize the National Day of Prayer and that we allow students and staff to really do what's already there per law that they can do.
So I'm supportive of this mainly because it is religious freedom, and it's a student and a parent's constitutional right for each person to practice what religion they want and pray or meditate, whatever, they're diverse. We're a diverse district, and I want to make sure that opportunity is afforded for all students. I, in the past, have not been supportive of resolutions because with resolutions there was no action. So I voted against a resolution a while back, I don't know, probably October or something, because of resolutions with no action. As long as this is actionable, I support, because I think that's the most important thing, is that there's action with an outcome. So I'll support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Morgan? Ms. Morgan, are you still with us? Ms. Patrica?
I am still with you, and I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica?
So I've been very consistent that I don't think we should be making any decisions at the table that don't have a direct impact on education. To me, this has nothing to do with education, and I will not be supporting it. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn, did you have any comments on this?
No, thank you.
No. Okay. And I believe we already offer this to our children, so, in our schools. We have that there, and everyone has the ability to pray or meditate or whatever that looks like to them or their family, and that's something that we do offer. And as I said earlier, that this was definitely a resolution that we did have in the past, and I'm sure it was there for many, many years. So to me, it's not really changing anything that we're already doing. In saying that, our next step would be, we have public comment. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right. Go ahead.
We have public comment. Anyone who would like to speak on this motion, please feel free to step to the back. And Ms. Roman, would you please make sure that you set the timer for them? Yes. Before you speak, will you please make sure that you state your name for the record?
Good evening. My name is Keith Olson, and I am so happy that this issue has come up for a vote. I have attended many prayer breakfasts, community prayer breakfasts in several different states, and in most of those, we have a variety of prayers offered by Protestants, Christians who are Catholic, Jewish prayers, imams' prayers, and it is a general gathering that has been described, a coming together of faiths and a coming together of praying for the community, for the nation, or whoever that particular group is wanting to pray for. It is a time not of just pushing one faith. It's not that's completely contrary to the idea. We are a nation founded on God's principles, on the Bible, and it is part of the freedom to worship, the freedom to pray, the freedom to seek God, and in our own individual way that makes us so different from many other countries. The idea of separation of church and state has been so convoluted. It wasn't originally to protect people from faith. It was to protect people's faith from government, and so that there is not a church or a state church per se. Most of the early meetings of the government in these small communities were within houses of worship, because those were some of the first buildings central in those cities, and the only place to meet. And so we need to embrace faith, I think, not teach faith, but embrace faith as a part of education, Ms. Patrica. And I think it is vital as part of who we are as humans that we give students the opportunity. I'm glad that I guess there is a 1-minute rule or a 1-minute option for silence. I hope that there will be freedom and encouragement for freedom for staff, for teachers, for students who wish to explore prayer. Why not make that a part of the educational experience on May 5th next week? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Martinez. I am here to support the proposal to recognize May 5th as a National Day of Prayer. But first and foremost, I think it's important for me to mention what was said earlier by another person. The fact that history teaches us that the United States of America was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. Why do I believe this is important? Because the ultimate authority of the Christian faith is the Bible, the Word of God. That said, I will proceed to read to you what God says about the nations and prayer in the Bible. Psalm 33:12, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he has chosen for its own inheritance. 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Now I'd like to read for all of you a very special prayer prayed by one of the founders and first president of the United States, George Washington. But before I do that, I have to tell you that it is my conviction and belief, based on the direction our country is headed, that more than ever we need to seek our Creator and stop leaning on our own understanding. After all, it is written in the book of Proverbs that the beginning of wisdom is the fear, reverence of God. The prayer that Washington prayed says, Almighty God, we make our earnest prayer that thou wilt keep the United States in the holy protection. Thou wilt incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, and entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another and for their fellow citizens of the United States at large. And finally, that thou wilt most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion. And without a humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. Grant our supplication, we beseech thee, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Those are the words of the first president of the United States. Tonight, I just hope and pray
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has
that you guys
expired.
consider
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
bringing God
Ms.
back
Martinez,
to the
thank
school.
you.
Denise Nystrom. I definitely won't be as eloquent as some of the people that are up here will be. First, I would like to thank you for considering this. I think that it is something that is very, very important, and one of those things that is easy for you to give us, that we are asking you to give us. Secondly, I think that this is a teachable moment for children. It's a teachable moment about the Constitution and about God. It doesn't matter if it's my God, although I am a Christian, but as was stated earlier, it's about the belief that any child has. So to provide them with the opportunity to understand that there is a National Prayer Day and that they can utilize that day to pray acknowledges the differences of all children. And there has been a common theme from the group that is standing here. I don't know if you have heard it, but we have spoken for the better part of a year now about the idea of unity, about the idea of bridging gaps and putting our hands across the aisle and working together. This is a way that we can do that. And I'm asking for this from you. Thank you.
So, as I was saying before...
Could you please state your name?
Kathy Stout.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying before, I definitely support this National Prayer Day, but most importantly, what I really, really expect that all of us can do as not just, you know, us in general. Let me just repeat that. I'm sorry. First of all, we have our religious rights. It is our freedom. It is our Constitution. And most importantly, our children. We definitely, you're here on school board, and you're definitely making decisions for our children. And we have to do this in the right way. Most importantly, my kids love where we go every single week. They're part of the youth group. And one thing about the youth group that I love, some of the kids don't even believe in the religion. They just love going to church because they love and feel safe with the children that surrounds them, because they feel loved and they know what's going on as far as, you know, helping each other out for the children. But I want to say a few things. Don't be a hypocrite, because just in the beginning of this evening tonight, we did what? We prayed. All of us stood here and prayed. We stood up and prayed before you even begun your meeting. You do this every single time we have a meeting. So why is it that we can't acknowledge one day of the year? This should actually happen all the time. That's number one. And two, we are a community. And in a community, we have every religion, every race, and everything is important to most of us, is it not? So if a prayer is happening, so what? It doesn't matter what religion you are. I go to church faithfully once a week, and I see the community not only helping each other, but we support our community. And that's what's important about our children. They support each other, and that's why they love the youth group that they attend on a daily basis. And I have to say, there are 12 different religions in our world that are notified, or I'm sorry, that is recognized. So with that said, it doesn't matter what religion you're from. It doesn't matter what race you're from. It doesn't matter what you believe in. It only matters what is important. And the importance is that you cannot take away something that already existed before all of us. Thank you.
Tara Jenner. The only thing that saddens me about this proclamation is the fact that we even have to make it in the first place. The problem that we actually have in this country is that there is a government-endorsed religion of no religion. And the fact that we have to actually step out and assert ourselves and demand an opportunity is, in my opinion, a little sad. So one of the things that you guys probably know about me by now is that I tend to live by three main things. One, the Bible. Two, the U.S. Constitution. And three, the rather lengthy Florida State Constitution. And when I look at these, I note that it says nothing in here that would prevent us from praying anytime, any place, anywhere, any day, all year long, whether we're a student or whether we're a teacher. And it doesn't have to be silent. It can be out loud. If people can talk about the football game, and those that aren't interested can move away or not have to listen to it, they can do the same thing when it comes to an out loud prayer. There have been, actually there was a recent hearing by the United States Supreme Court about a football player coach who wanted to pray in the middle of the, I guess it was the 50-yard line. And that's just been heard recently by the Supreme Court. We don't know the decision on that, but between you, me, and the lamppost, I don't really care what the Supreme Court says. What I care about is what God says and what these rights that are established and identified as being inalienable say. And one of the things it just says is, there shall be no law respecting the establishment of a religion or prohibiting or penalizing the free exercise thereof. And I'm quoting that from the Article 1, Section 3 of the Florida State Constitution. And freedom of speech says we can speak and write and publish sentiments on all subjects. And so, like I was saying before, the sad thing is that we even have to bring this up in the first place. And the only thing that I would just caution people on is that there have been some suggestions that people will be uncomfortable or they'll feel coerced, especially if a teacher is one that is engaging in prayer. If you feel like you're being bullied or harassed or intimidated in any way, you know what? Move from that area, invoke the Hope Scholarship, talk to somebody about it, speak up for your rights if that's the case. But in the meantime, I think that this is a really good start, setting us back to where we should have been all along and giving us back the power to actually invoke the very rights that we've had from established. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm Megan Howard, and I have a child that is in school, and we do have a moment of silence. I feel as though the last year and a half that I've been coming to school board meetings, I missed the first of my whole daughter's years through Lee County schools not coming to the school boards. I can't imagine that this is how we conducted ourselves. So I remember I've been in this area for 30 years, and our school board has had its moments. But this is a non-issue, like so many other issues. CRT, that isn't happening. Kids that aren't being influenced to do other things. We have a moment of silence. We can come up here and talk about being interdenominational, but the reality is we have an underlying white Christian outspoken group in this area that wants to take us to a place that we can't go. We can't go legally and we can't go morally. These are the same people that were yelling at children who had identified as being homosexual. And I'm tiring of people coming up and talking about God's love and their rights and stomping on other people's rights. We have a moment of silence. I respect other people being able to have their religions outside of school, but please be careful taking us to a place we just don't want to go, because there's a lot of people in this community that do not believe the same way that we might believe, and we can't force our beliefs on people. And for those that have their beliefs, think about your message you're sending. And if it's a message of love, don't come up here and be so aggressive and threatening. Think about the people who aren't believers, and are you really wooing them in a right direction? I don't think so. So I'm not against prayer, but I am against what we're trying to do here. And it is a lot more than just one little moment of saying a prayer. It's trying to change things and influence our society in a way that doesn't respect other people's beliefs. Thank you.
Robert Roper. Prayer in school goes way back to the founding of our nation, when the schoolroom was actually a church, and the teacher was the pastor or the pastor and his wife. When, ready for this, the textbook was the Bible or some form of moral instruction. Prayer is an integral part of school and always has been part of the institution. And not just one day, but every day, and not just in primary grades. Guess who founded Yale? Puritans. Guess who founded Princeton? Christians. Guess who founded Harvard? Christians. Guess who founded Rutgers? Dutch Reformed. Why was this even necessary? Because these institutions were created and formed to train missionaries and pastors. They were seminaries. And the Quakers and the Mennonites and the Presbyterians and the Catholics and the Baptists all sent their people there to pray and to study God's Word. Prayer was an expected thing. Why? Because our founders constructed a covenant with God called the Mayflower Compact that morphed into the Declaration of Independence and finally into the Constitution. And our forefathers acknowledged that it is God that gives us the authority and the right to worship and free speech, and our founders simply made it law that they knew what was the will of God. Until 1962, prayer was essential to education. From the foundation of the nation, children were allowed to pray. We've come a long way since 1962 when it was outlawed. We have mistakenly learned that because schools are operated by tax dollars, that they're guaranteed freedom from religion, when in fact it is freedom of religion. You cannot regulate thought. Thank you, Ms. Gittens, for your boldness. It is a happy day for me to see what you've done. It is a good thing. As a pastor, I have a front row seat, a gallery seat to the power of prayer. And you know who the most powerful people are when it comes to prayer? Are children, because they have no limitation on what they think God can do. And when they pray with power and they get results. When I want somebody to pray for me, I'll go to a child because they pray believing. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rick Stevens, the pastor of Diplomat Church in Cape Coral and one of the co-founders of Florida Citizens Alliance. And I stand before you to support the National Day of Prayer and appreciate your consideration of that support and urge you to support it. Many people have come before me in support, and I think in the spirit of that support, I should say a hearty amen to all of their comments. And I would also like to remind all of us, including the board, that your support for this National Day of Prayer is not a function of anything other than good government. In the Declaration of Independence, we are reminded that our rights are endowed to us by our Creator. So anytime we honor our Creator, we are in line with our founding vision of this country. Further, that document, one of our seminal documents of liberty, reminds us that the reason we form government, including school boards, is to preserve the rights of the people. So when you acknowledge religious freedom in as simple a way as acknowledging the National Day of Prayer, you are performing the most fundamental responsibility of a governing body in this country, because you are acknowledging that our rights come from God and you are performing the function of preserving those rights. That must happen over and over at all levels of government. And I too would like to commend Ms. Gittens for her initiative on this and for her reminder that this could be a time of quiet reflection. I recently heard a gentleman talking about prayer, and I think it's applicable to this situation. He said, "Those who pray best are those who listen most." It would benefit all of us, for all of us, to hear from our Creator on the National Day of Prayer. I encourage all of us to listen to Him.
Sharon McGill. I in no way want anyone to think that I don't think they have the right to prayer. I think everybody has their choice, and that's what it comes down to, is choice. There is already a National Day of Prayer that is in place. If people want to pray, if they want to congregate in groups on the National Day of Prayer, so be it. If, you know, one group wants to, a Muslim group or a Christian group or the non-religious kids want to get together, I just don't understand, since we already have the moment of silence in place in the schools, and now whether that's being enforced or not, I can't speak to that, but it should be, that's the time that could be used for that, for either reflection or prayer. I don't understand why it has to be a resolution or a motion or a policy for the school board and the district. That's what I'm having the issue with. And has anybody reached out to Miami-Dade to see how it's going there, to find out how they're instituting this? Are kids just randomly going to be able to break out in prayer in the middle of a class? How are they handling it? I just think it needs to be considered a lot more before you make this something permanent.
Good evening, Christy DiVigili. First, I would like to thank Ms. Gittens and all those who are in support of this so far of even having the discussions. That would be you, Ms. Mary Fisher. I appreciate that you guys have taken the time to have a healthy discussion about this topic. I would like to remind everyone, like I did before, that the National Day of Prayer is for everyone of all religions. And I want to read something to some of the people in the room that feel like this is against the law. And this comes from our sitting president. This is the White House proclamation on National Day of Prayer from last year. And he says, throughout our history, Americans of many religions and belief systems have turned to prayer for strength, hope, and guidance. Prayer has nourished countless souls and empowered moral movements, including essential fights against racial injustice, child labor, and infringement on the rights of disabled Americans. Prayer is also a daily practice for many, whether it is to ask for help or strength or to give thanks or blessings or give thanks over blessings bestowed. The First Amendment to our Constitution protects the rights of free speech and religious liberty, including the right of all Americans to pray. These freedoms have helped us to create and sustain a nation of remarkable religious vitality and diversity across the generations. Today we remember and celebrate the role that the healing balm of prayer can play in our lives and in the life of our nation. As we continue to confront the crises and challenges of our time, and I'm not going to go through all that, I'm going to skip down to, on this National Day of Prayer, we unite with purpose and resolve and recommit ourselves to the core freedoms that help define and guide our nation from its earliest days. We celebrate our incredible good fortune that, as Americans, we can exercise our convictions freely, no matter our faith or beliefs. Let us find in our prayers, however they are delivered, the determination to overcome adversity, rise above our differences, and come together as one nation to meet this moment in history. The Congress, by public law, as amended, has called on, and it goes on to say, the President issues this National Day of Prayer. If the President of the United States can issue a National Day of Prayer, why can we not have one in Lee County? Miami-Dade did it a month ago. I commend you all for having this conversation, and I trust that you're going to make the right decision tonight.
Jamie Miller, echoing a quote from Pastor Rick Stevens just now, those who pray best are those that listen most. That couldn't be more clear just looking out on the dais to see who is supporting us and who is not. Chris Patrica, we're talking to you. We already know you don't like prayer in schools when you addressed the Southwest Florida Christian Academy after a wrestling match at Bonita Springs High School in December of 2020, saying that they would never pray in one of your schools again. It's not your school. It's the community school. Do something right for once.
Hi, my name is Ian Rankin, and some of the people that know me as an agnostic, and I am an agnostic. It's not for lack of trying. I've been trying all my life to get what a lot of my friends have, you know, that feeling of God and faith in God, and not for lack of trying. So I think maybe I represent the Q in this issue. You know, we have LGBTQ, they're questioning, and I'm questioning. And I'm sure there's a lot of students who are questioning. And for those kids, maybe they could use this time to reflect and to maybe help them either to remain agnostic or go to faith or not to faith. I don't see it as something that should be prohibitive for anyone, whether they're true believers or not. So that's about it for me. I thought it might be a different perspective from an agnostic. And what's the harm? I don't see any harm in it. As a matter of fact, when I think about all of the churches in the area, all of the religious people in the area, what kind of a black eye is that going to put on a school board for denying people that? I mean, you can split hairs with separation of church and state. From what I know, I don't think that's valid anyway. I think that's been twisted over the years. But again, here I am an agnostic. I'd be disingenuous if I stood here and told you that I'm a believer. So I try to separate myself from the issue. But that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want some clarification too, because in listening to the speakers, and I know we're going into a vote on this, we are not recommending that we are teaching, nor are we giving guidance, which I heard those two comments made. And I just wanted to make sure, even though that is understood, that's not what this is about at all. Am I correct on that? Mm-hmm. Okay. We recognize many national holidays and many national things that come before us, and this, again, is something that is national. There are maybe 20 or 12 different religious that's recognized, but we have to also remember there's many more that are not, that we still have to allow those people to have their reflection or whatever that looks like as well. But I just want to, so we're not reinventing this day. It's already there. We allow this to take place in our schools right now, and it's not where the policy would be made, just as Mr. Pre-Bruno stated, when the kids have staff kids and they need to have a place to walk out, they have that opportunity to do so. And there's the criteria that we have for that. So I just need to add that as well. But it's not that we are teaching, nor the teachers, and we're not giving guidance. That is for families to have with their own families. And whatever that looks like for them is, how we have to appreciate you all. So in saying that, we need to come before us right now. We will go into a vote on this motion.
Madam Chair, can I just mention one thing? I know once we vote, the attorney said that she was going to work with their legal team and develop, the process. And I would just like to ask that somehow or somewhere in there, the words quiet reflection be reflected. I guess as a defining of the process.
Of all.
Yeah.
Of everyone, inclusive.
Right. The inclusion of everyone and everyone's thoughts and feelings. And like you said, we are not trying to indoctrinate anybody. This is where the village comes in. The village teaches the children at home. They send them to us. So.
Okay, thank you. So we will go to a vote on this. Miss Morgan, are you with us?
I am, and I say aye.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Miss
Vaughn.
I'm sorry. Miss
late.
Gittens?
Yes.
Miss Patrica?
No, thank you.
Aye.
Miss Giovanelli? Miss Fisher?
I wholeheartedly support that we recognize the National Day of Prayer for everyone.
And aye. So 6-1, motion carries. And then Mr. Bruno, it will go back to you now. So,
Can I pass the motion down to?
yeah, we have it. You wrote it.
Okay, well, this is the signed one.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gittens. Where are we? It's been such a long meeting, and I thank you all for sticking it out with us tonight. I have no comments to make. I made all my comments. Today, we've spoke a great deal about a lot of things tonight. We had great turnout with our children, and I think that everything that we do, we still have to make sure that that is our primary goal, is to, the kids that were here today from Tice, all the kids that were recognized, we have to make sure that we are very thoughtful on what we do for them, as well as our staff. Thank you all for being here so late. I really appreciate you all. I know you've been here since early morning, and that means a lot. Congratulations to all of our the team members that have been moved into different positions. And again, that was one thing I wanted to bring up. When looking at that and reevaluating that, no one is changing until the end of school, so the school will not be disrupted, and they will go into their new locations upon the end of the school year. Thank you, Dr. Savage, for that. And I know that, or I believe that you have had many conversations regarding all of the assignments that you had made today, and with Dr. Bernier as well. So he was very much aware of all the stuff that you were bringing forward to us this evening as a board. It's not that he's being blindsided. He is on as a consultant right now. He was here earlier today for the children. He was here to watch that take place. But he is very much aware of the things that are going on, and when he is sworn in on the 16th, he'll be going full force, thanks to Dr. Savage and the two of them working together to make a smooth transaction. So I really appreciate you doing that, Dr. Savage. And next would be Ms. Dupree Bruno, and if you have any comments, please.
The only thing very quickly is to make sure that we adhere to the no campaigning on district school property, and that that's just really important. And this goes for school board candidates and any other candidate that is running for office, that you cannot campaign. That includes wearing buttons, passing out flyers, etc. Just can't campaign on school board property. And for employees, no discussion with regards to campaign while on work duty.
Thank you. Dr. Savage?
I just have one thing, Madam Chair. There was a comment made earlier about mediocrity, and I thought, what a better way to respond than just to, we're a district that's focused on student achievement. Obviously, that's a really important thing to us. That is our business. Just wanted to highlight that one of our particular schools. Over the last 10 years, there have been not that many schools that are straight A's, that have had A's every single year over the last decade. It's not an easy thing. And so, like, for example, Miami-Dade. So I'm just talking now about middle schools in particular, our traditional middle schools. Miami-Dade, as big as they are, 4 times as many schools. They only have 4 schools that have achieved that feat. Collier County, though, again, half our size, has 4 such schools. Duval, 4 such schools. St. John's, 4 such schools. In Lee County, at our middle schools traditional, there were only 2 schools that had the distinction. And those 2 schools were Cypress Lake Middle and Trafalgar Middle. And for those who would say, well, Trafalgar Middle's got a favorable, population, but so too are schools like Three Oaks Middle, Gulf Middle, and so forth, Challenger Middle. There are many good ones, but that distinction of a school that's anything but mediocre, I would say, is just happened to be under the leadership of the particular candidate who was recommended forward today. So just wanted to highlight that particular piece and really credit to all the hard work, because I would never want our folks to feel as if they are being summarized, that their performance is truly just mediocre, when that's the type of impact they're having on our community, and they're in such high esteem when compared across the rest of the state, because I know our goal is to be world class. I think it starts with trying to be the best in the state. So they're a part of that conversation, at least. So the credit to those folks, and congratulations to all the other people who were appointed tonight. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Savage, for sharing that. The next scheduled meeting of the board on Monday, May 9th, there will be a board workshop at 12 p.m. On Tuesday, May 10th, there will be a board briefing at 1 p.m., followed by an action meeting at 6 p.m. At this point, seeing no other business to come before this body and seeing no objection, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 9:58.